make it funky. gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on. Here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Popping their head up. Oh, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Jump pick. Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
(2022) PUBG Mobile North America. We are back with another season. It's your boy Mustache Dave on hosting duty, joined with Glitter Explosion and the 7 Worlds Gaming. We're back, baby. Another season. Another season. How's it going? How's it going?
It's going great, Dave. It's going great, and I'm hoping that this season NA has a spark on their butt because, man, we gotta say the elephant in the room, Glitter. It was disappointing during PMGC, and I think NA is looking to prove a lot of stuff, a lot of people wrong this season.
Yeah, honestly, I think we're going to get even crazier gameplay than we saw last time around last year. I think that our teams have had a lot of time between GC and now to get some practice and some reps under their belts and continue improving as we've seen season over season. And I missed you guys, okay? I'm excited to be back.
Me too. It feels good over here on hosting duty. And yeah, there's a ton of action that is going to unfold this season. And to stay up to date with all this action, bam, 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 right underneath me, look at all them socials. If you're not following them by now, what are you doing? Just go follow them. Do what you got to do out here. Stay up to date. 7, are you following any of these? Tell me you're following at least one.
Yo, you best believe I'm following the esports Twitter. Come on, man. I'm subscribed to the YouTube channel too. I follow on Instagram, everything.
Don't follow me, but respect out there. And here's the format. Glitter, here is the format. Bring us through it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if you guys have been with us here for a while now, chat, then you're used to this format. But if you're new, there's going to be a league play portion, which will then qualify you for a super weekend portion where you earn points in order to qualify for the finals portion, right? I mean, it's pretty simple, and you'll see the specific breakdown for groups and matches on there as well. But generally, what's important is getting to the super weekends. And then once you're there, you need to do well to make it to finals, right, 7? That's pretty much how it breaks down.
Yeah, your goal is to make it to at least one super weekend, do a great showing, and if for some reason you don't make it to any other super weekend, hopefully that one great showing will make you go to the finals. Hopefully, cross your fingers.
20 teams, 5 groups. It's going to be sweaty, and this is the points breakdown, 7.
It is. First place, 15 points. Second place, 12 points. And you can see all the rest of the points there. But I want to talk about the most important points out there and the point system that actually I felt like made a huge difference last year. And that's going to be the 1 elimination equals 1 point. We saw a lot of teams be aggressive last year. I'm hoping that is going to continue on to this season. And I want to see which teams are going to be surprising us, which teams are going to be taking advantage of that 1 point per elim.
Yes, sir. It's all about getting these points, and the reason you want to get these points, well, you want to win the cash money, the prize pool. You already know. Look at all this cash money.
Okay, there is so much on the line here. you can see the bottom right corner, the amount of money, total prize pool, $150,000 on the line. But how that breaks down, the majority, the lion's share of that is going to be in finals. That's why the Super Weekends are so important. That's why finals are the most important, because that's where all the money is. But your performance during the league stage also matters. If you're first overall for that league stage, you'll be getting some extra $8,000 in your pocket. There's money for elims. There's money for chicken dinners. There's multiple MVPs for both the league stage and the final stage. So there are so many opportunities here for our players, Dave, to take home a lot of cash. And then the more they qualify, the more money they make, because then there's even more PMPL to come.
It's all about that money. Oh, hey, Seven, you throwing money around already, dude? Throwing money around already? I really like how there's that MVP at the end of each and every single little phase right there. So that is pretty cool. And let's check out the calendar. Make sure you get your pen and paper out. Make sure you get it all out. Mark down all these days. These are the days that we're going to be playing out here. 7.
They definitely are. I mean, this is the only week that we're actually going to be doing shows during the week, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But after that, you better mark down those weekends. If your family tells you got to go do something around PMPL NA, tell them you're going to be busy, because it's going to be absolute madness, and we're going to be able to bring that fun to you.
Yeah, I think my grandma wanted me to take her out one of them weekends, but I'm going to call her out this day. Hey, Grandma, I'm sorry. This PMPL NA going down. And talk about going down, the teams. That's why we're all here, to watch these teams compete. I know there's a bunch of shuffles with the rosters. We'll get to that later, but here are the teams. Glitter, what stands out to you?
Okay, so I think what stands out to me first is the fact that there's going to be some names on here we might not see that we were potentially expecting to see. Then there's, like you said, those roster changes going to be shaking things up. I mean, we've obviously got XSET, our champs from last time around. There's somebody we're probably going to be talking about a lot. I know that a lot of people are very, very hyped on Knights right now. We've got 19 Esports, but then we have new names in here that we also haven't gotten to see yet in PMPL 7.
We definitely do. I mean, we have Vamp, we have The Chosen, and then, as you were alluding there, we have some names that aren't here anymore, and that's going to be Ghost Gaming. A lot of their players went different ways. As you mentioned, Knights there. I mean, we'll get to that. Okay, so just know, it's going to be exciting. I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to seeing which players, not just teams, which players are going to come out to perform. I think last year with Knights and Coops, he had one of the best performances of the year, and I think that might have been global for the whole region of America. So it's going to be interesting which NA player is going to be able to maybe top Coops, if possible.
Ooh, I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah, I agree. Coops definitely kind of representing NA last year. Hopefully this season, new year, new season, maybe we'll have some rookies, you know, come up out of nowhere, kind of pull a Coops out here and pop off and perform. But talking about the teams, I think we heard a lot of chatter about the Knights. Everybody's looking at the Knights here this season. Why is that? Look at this. Look at the picks. Why is everybody picking the Knights?
Real original, guys.
Listen, I'll talk about the Knights since I'm one of them, okay? And you are too, Dave. The reason why I'm picking the Knights, you heard me mention it earlier, it's not just Coops, all right? We saw Sanhok starting to perform really well there in the second half of the year. Chico was able to perform amazingly. They are going to be missing out on Alucard. He's going to be playing on a different team, 19 Esports. But they were able to add, Glitter, the fragging power, the legendary potential of Daddy Tensa. And on paper, this team looks absolutely insane.
The BDT, you know? To be fair, I also do have my eyes on Knights, but as you can see, for my teams to watch, I obviously went with Nova, okay? Forever the Nova stan. I should have grabbed my jersey because it's hanging up beautifully right now in my closet. I appreciate that you have yours ready, Seven. But Nova, I mean, we're talking about roster changes, and we'll probably talk about a lot of them throughout at least this first week. But Nova's another squad that did go through some roster changes. They lost YDD, who was a big impact that we saw last season. However, they did bring in 3 new options for players, and I think they're going to be a little bit scary. Lots of experience there with those new players too in other regions, so I think it's going to be exciting to see what Nova can do, Dave.
Well, guess what, Glitter? Since you did pick Nova, I have a request. I had Hot Jukes go and get a nice little interview with Shifan from Nova, so let's check it out.
Yo, what's up, Shifan, dude? How you doing, bro? One of the best players for one of the best organizations in PUBG Mobile. But for those of you, for those people watching that don't know who you are, why don't you remind them real quick who you are and who you play for?
Hello guys, I'm Shifan. I'm the captain of North American team Nova Esports, and I'm also a captain and also a content creator on YouTube. You guys can follow me on Shifan PUBG Mobile there.
Dude, one of the best in the business, dude. I've seen you, man. You have grown tremendously on YouTube. Not to mention, I saw your sensitivity video has just been blowing up, dude. So many people have been watching it. My first question is, how are you feeling right now, just before this event coming up?
I actually feeling great, even better than last year, because I feel like, this year would be the year we dominate the NA.
Have there been any changes to your team compared to last year?
Yes, we actually changed our roster. I mean, we still have Rin, and for those who may not know, Rin was a top fragger last year in the league stage. And so we have Rin and Shifan, me, and we also have two Chinese players. They're playing from China. They will play under high ping, and their name is Koi and QZ. They're one of the best Chinese player, in my opinion. Ooh. And we also have Kindness from he's playing from US, and that's our roster this year.
So quick question, how does your team communicate? Are you guys all speaking Mandarin or some English? How does that work?
Well, we mostly speak Mandarin simply because our Chinese players, they are not really familiar with the English. So that's basically how we communicate.
And just to kind of add on to that, are you learning new call outs because of them, or are they adapting to yours? Just a quick question.
Well, I'm pretty because Chinese is my first language, so I'm really comfortable with speaking Chinese with them. So I just draw some specific spot on the map and just name it so that they can we all can remember, that sort of thing. Yeah.
You're yo, this is Pachiki, all right? This is where we're headed, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Next up, what are your expectations for your team, right? going into this PMPL season. I know you said you're going to dominate, but give me some more details.
Well, by dominant, I think we're gonna our goal is to get first place, no matter it's in the league stage or in the final, and that's what we are chasing right now. Yeah.
My boy Jukes just sent me a message trying to change his pick to Nova right there. And I gotta go to you right away, Glitter. After listening to that interview, are you still confident in that decision to pick Nova here today?
I was always confident in it, but I love that G-Fans feels even more confident. I mean, yes, obviously, I didn't even get to mention Rin when I was talking about why I picked Nova, but Rin was insane last time we got to see Nova, and they kept Rin. They have their core players, and then like you were saying, I was saying, bringing in those players from China, I think that's going to be a huge boost for that squad. And I know everyone's going to be looking at Knights, but I think you need to watch out for Nova.
What about you, Seven? Any regrets, man? Any regrets picking, what do we pick? We picked the Knights out here, you and I.
The Knights? Come on, Dave. No regrets. I'm not about to tattoo that here on my chest, right? We don't have any regrets.
That's a good one. So let's check out the schedule. Let's see what the matches are going to be here today per group. Bring it up. All right, Seven, what stands out to you? Break it down, man.
Stands out for me, Sanhok right down smack the middle. That's going to be the halftime show for today, because we have seen teams that have not able to get it together within the first match in Erangel and then the second match in Miramar being able to surprise us in Sanhok, right? It's not just the madness that I enjoy out of Sanhok. It's also that some teams are usually able to take advantage of that madness and surprise us a little bit. But overall, I think I'm going to be looking on the first Erangel. I'm really interested to see how these teams are going to be starting off, if they're going to be starting off aggressive or if they're going to be starting off very passive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of topic to dive into, and I'm sure we'll be kind of looking at it all day long. And talking about that with the rotating lobbies, the different groups, to me, this is the first game, right? That a couple of these teams are going to have the opportunity to finally play against each other. Yeah, you probably had scrims, but that's scrims. Teams don't like to show their hand in scrims. So I want to go to you here, Glitter. Are we going to see some type of spicy hot drop action early game here today? Like, what do you think here?
I mean, I'm always a proponent of seeing the hot drop action. I think our teams always avoid it if they can until they get to those last final desperate ditch moments. However, what we do typically see in this first week is a little bit of unsettled chaos, right? Like you're saying, they haven't had a lot of time to play against each other in full 100% pro play mode. So this first week is always a little bit all over the place, which is actually a massive opportunity for those teams that might find themselves overall averaging a middle position or even a lower position to really get some points early on. And I'm hoping, Seven, that we see some of them take advantage of that uncertainty.
Talking about uncertainty, you know what I'm going to be looking at when I was mentioning Erangel that I wanted to mention, I forgot at that second, is going to be who's going to be the king of Pachinki. You saw us talking about it when we're talking about the teams here. Ghost Gaming is no longer here. 2 of the players are currently split with the Knights, and I think the other one is Spec with Boring Protocol. I'm intrigued to see which team is going to be taking advantage of that Pachinki spot, because you're able to rotate, you're able to do so much stuff with that. And if you don't have to worry about another team hot dropping you, oh boy, you can't ask for a better start.
So if both teams, Seven, if both teams walk into Pachinki here, who's walking out? Who's walking out alive? I'm putting you on the spot, dude.
Nice, dude.
I'm putting you on the spot.
I already said
man,
no
this guy.
regrets.
Okay. So Knights walk into Pachinki, Nova walk into Pachinki. I'm trying to pit Seven and Glitter here against each other. What about that one? How about that one, Glitter? How confident are you in that one?
I think I need my popcorn for that one. Seven? If I could catch that, I would, because honestly, for now, I'm sticking with Nova.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the reason Seven touched on this, that a lot of people are expecting a lot here from the Knights. We got Coops, Xenox, Tensa joining the team, and then Chico. So pretty much the same roster as last season, right, from the Knights. But then they added Tensa, who everybody knows, one of the best up-close and personal gunners within all of North America. The question that pops in my mind, how long have they been practicing together? Do they have that synergy? Because, yeah, you could be the best gunner in NA, but can you work together as a team here, Seven? Any thoughts?
Dave, I love that question, brother. I love you being a host as well, man. And you know what? That's a big question mark. And the reason why I'm going to be mentioning it is because last year, remember, Knights added Xenox, and I believe it was during their first season. There was a lot of really not that much action from Xenox. We never really got to hear from him until the second half of the season. I'm hoping that's not the case here with Tensa. I'm hoping that they have had enough practice. I think he just barely joined at the beginning of March, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm hoping they at least got some games under their belt, which obviously they have. But I hope it's just enough for Tensa to be able to perform or at least get his feet under him. Something that we do have to keep in mind with Tensa is that before, for Tensa, he would always be the starter player for Ghost Gaming, right? We would always be like, okay, Tensa's going to make that big play, and then Ghost Gaming is going to start showing up. Guess what? Tensa might not have to have that pressure on him anymore because he has some of the best fraggers of NA in Coops, Xenox, and Chico. We saw Chico also being able to perform, right? I don't want him to be living over there in the shadows. He has been a clutch player for this team. I'm just intrigued, man. I cannot wait to see how this team is going to be playing. If they're going to be playing aggressive, if they're going to be playing passive, or if they're going to be giving us a balance of the two, which is usually what I love to see from champions.
Any follow-up with that, Glitter?
No, I think that's a really good point. And I'm glad that you brought that up, too, because we did see a different squad in the first half of the last season when it came to Knights than we did in the second half. It did take them a little bit of time to really find that groove.
Yep.
It could just be my personal opinion. I feel like even if the rest of the team struggled with finding that groove, I think Tensa, of all people, would be the perfect person to shut that down real quick because he'll just go do his own thing and somehow still win like a 1v4. So when you combine that with the skills of everybody else that already exists on Knights, I do agree that I think they're going to be kind of untouchable right now, but that's just us hypothesizing, right, Dave? That's us assuming what we've seen from past performances, hopefully turning into like this mesh of perfection for the team, but we won't know anything for certain until we're at least a week in on this and we could start to see some patterns starting to pop up.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at the Knights for many reasons. Of course, I'm hyped for Tensa to be joining the team. And I'm also curious, like, will Tensa be kind of helping maybe co-IGL, possibly? I know Tensa is known for being that gunner on the squad. But if you look at the roster, I have to say Tensa has the most experience out of the 4 players in competitive play. So I have to assume that that knowledge is definitely going to be helping the Knights, because last year I felt like the Knights were a really young team, right? Fresh on the scene, they popped off, they got a lot of eyes on them. But now with all that knowledge in the Tensa book, I don't see what's stopping them here, Seven.
Yeah, I'm really hoping, and I'm glad you brought that up, Dave. I think if Tensa is able to provide some of that knowledge to the team, it will benefit them in a big way. And I mean, if we can expect anything out of Tensa, it's going to be that we're going to be seeing some amazing grenades this season, okay? Yes. Now, I would love to see how he's going to fall into the support of Coops. And that's what I'm pretty much mentioning so much about Knights. Last year, we saw the Knights players just being able to show so much support to Coops, allow him the freestyle and all of that stuff. And another team we really haven't mentioned about that we will talk in the future is going to be XSET. They're the defending champions. They had an embarrassment, PMGC. You know they're here to prove something, that they were the champions of NA for a reason.
XSET looking to rep that set here once again this year, 2022. And Glitter and Seven, I appreciate both of you, your thoughts. I look forward to the rest of the day in hearing from you. I'm gonna send you off for now though, because we got some casters. We got game 1 ready to go, lock and loaded. Let's bring in Necro and Zute. And I want to start off with Zute. Out of the talent predictions, your pick stood out the most. The Chosen.
Yeah, the Chosen.
Give us the reason. Give us the reason.
All right, I'll give everyone some context. So obviously we have a lot of Nova fans. Glitter's a Nova fan. And we saw what Nova did, the Chinese team of Nova last year, PMGC. Back-to-back PMGC champs, right? So like the underdog for me right now is the Chosen, because the Chosen's also a team in China, but they have a North American representative right now, and what we're about to see. And I don't know, I got a lot of high hopes for them, so I got to go with the underdogs, so I went with the Chosen.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, another team that I really would like to touch upon when it comes to the underdogs has to be 100 Troubles. Now, I mean, K19 is a team that acquired their roster, but 100 Troubles was one of those teams that bounced back on the final day, Zoo, and they pretty much solidified their slot over here in the PMPL NA. So pretty much bouncing back on the final day, especially having so much pressure on yourself. I mean, I don't know, man. That in itself is going to be proving a lot of things. So I feel like 100 Trouble, which is K19 right now, they have a lot to prove here too.
So my job here is to start a fight, pretty much. 100 Troubles, K19 walk into Pachinki, the Chosen walk into Pachinki from the east. Fellas, be honest with me. Who's winning Pachinki? Who's walking out alive out the 2 squads?
I got to go with the Chosen, of course. I mean, they're my pick. I will respect Necro's pick. That is a very talented roster. They did bounce back. They clawed their way in. But, I mean, like you said, they crawled their way back in. I don't think they have what it's they're not cut out for this, Necro. I'm gonna just throw it out there.
I mean, hey, look, man. Look, sometimes it's kind of like a strategy where teams, they do know it's really easy for them to make it up top 8. I mean, Dave, you know, I was keeping on saying it. It's easy. Come on, just make it up top 8, dude. It's easy. All right. So overall, 100 Troubles knew it. Okay, it's gonna be quite easy. Top 8, final day. It's okay. We got this. 100 Troubles made that happen.
Listen. The plane is in the air. I'm out of here. Game 1. Let's get it, fellas. Let's get it. Game 1. See ya.
All right. I mean, this is it. Game number 1. We saw, you know, the desk talk about a little bit about what to expect, Necro, but I gotta agree with him. I think it's gonna be. I think Glitter used the phrase controlled chaos, especially at being the first day. Teams aren't too familiar with each other, but today being the first day and today not being a super weekend, right? I feel like teams are going to stake their territory. They're going to fight for the spots that they want to fight for. And Necro, I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh man, first map, I feel like first game always is kind of like a game where all the teams are just testing the waters. They're not really going to reveal their true intentions. So I don't really know what to expect in the first game. I'm just expecting some aggression being amped up, but hey, that's just me. Because we saw in the LA qualifiers, right, all the teams that were playing in there, at the start, they were just completely settled down. No one was down to take any kind of fight. So hey, it's really tough to see how the first game is going to go.
Yeah, well, the plane path is out on your screen, and right now, plane path, super important. We know this is Erangel, probably the easiest map to get to where you want to go, but this being the first day, it will change things up for some teams. Maybe some teams have alternate drop spots, which weren't shown maybe in their practice matches against one another. So this very first plane path, very north on the map of Erangel. Whoever's going towards military base or Novo might decide to not go there at all and go for an alternate drop position.
That's going to be an interesting one for sure, but we already do see a couple of teams dropping out. So, Knights, Zute. A lot of casters actually went on the side of Knights, and it makes quite a lot of sense, Zoo, because they were the only glimmer of hope for NA in the Global Championship. Unfortunately, though, Fenerbahce, the final man, if I'm not wrong, it was Duke and Machine who completely just spoiled their dreams with that one single bush play. So maybe, man, Knights, they will be a little traumatized, but they also have a recent addition of Tensa coming in. So, what do you think? How is that going to hit Knights?
So I think Tensa, obviously, the casters or the desk hyped up Tensa, and wow, classic PMPL. We already got a 50-50 between military zone and the main island. You know how it is every time this time of year, like once we get the PMPL games going, the circles are always more wild than what the players can expect. But back onto the Tensa topic, I love that you mentioned it. So Tensa, as phenomenal as a player as he is, I think he's an even bigger addition to the Knights team, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm like 99% sure, Tensa's also the designated IGL now for the Knights. So not only is he bringing on his fragging power, he's bringing on his knowledge, and he's also going to be the one leading the team.
Ooh, so that's going to be an interesting thing for sure. I mean, Knights, they were looking really phenomenal. You also talked about the experience this man is bringing inside the team, and also the IGL and capabilities of Tensa. You better not doubt him. So I'm expecting a lot from Knights this time, but hey, we already have two teams clashing against each other over here, Zute. Quite an awkward clash, not really in the place that is likely to have, but hey, it's okay. It's Wall Street. Oh, another one. And already a player falls down. That's an unfortunate news.
Yeah, I guess it evens up the fight between WallStreetBets and TC. Now, both teams with only 3 players. Funny thing I like to mention, so I do a lot of viewer parties on the Eastern tournaments and in the China region, right? And my viewers always say I cast a curse team. Any team I support, I somehow cast a curse. And I pick TC. And I don't even know if it's coincidence or is my curse real or not, but TC also starting off this game as a 3-man. Unfortunate start, but this is the league days, right? All they need to do is make top 16 overall out of the 20 teams who got competing in this tournament to qualify for the Super Weekend. And Super Weekend is where, you know, the points really accumulate to determine who makes it into the finals.
I mean, it's quite questionable. There was like a huge split between WSB. But hopefully the confidence issues that are being seen here, clearly they're being solved in the future games. As I said, the first game is pretty much going to be the game where every single team is just going to test the waters, how things are going to be looking like in the first game, how the lobby's going to look like, how the mindset of each and every single player is going to look like. But oh no, it's 1v3 right here on the bridge. Quite an awkward position to be in, and it shouldn't really be that big of a deal to take that man down. Easily taking him down. Kill being confirmed too. Hitlist. They already have gotten 1 kill on their name this early in the game. Oh, look at
Missed this just a second earlier. Yeah, wow, okay. Yeah, Nova and XSET got into a very early engagement. We missed it on screen, but the highlights, we're catching it here. And take a look at the bridge, by the way. This is the new and updated Bridge, I think this is the first time I've seen in competitive like PMPL level stage tournaments this new bridge addition. So I'll be curious to see how the bridge camping works, or if teams will have a harder time or maybe easier time navigating onto like the military base side. But we already see a lot of teams making that fast rotation because we got the 50-50 potential.
I mean, I feel like it's just going to make things even harder. Imagine the amount of headshot angles a player can play on those stairs. I mean, you are pretty vulnerable on the left and right side, but still, I mean, if you're going to go on a one-on-one fight against any other player, both of you guys are going to be having a headshot angle, and that can also create a lot of awkward moments where both those players maybe will miss a lot of shots, but hey. Teams still need to cross the bridge, though. A couple of teams have already made it across, but there's still a lot of teams that are left on the upper side, which is the northern side. And there's two teams right next to each other in Georgia Pool, too. And I'm pretty sure as the time's going to slip by, all those teams are going to start to traverse around the bridges.
We do have about 5 teams across onto the military base side. So a lot of teams are prioritizing that. They do not want to deal with it later. And one thing I love about any addition, like map changes, map tweaks, right, is we get to see like the evolution of meta in regards to certain areas of the map. So over time, like we might be able to see, like it might be potentially easier to get to the military base side, because for the offensive team crossing the military base bridge, they have another angle of approach too now. They could take those stairways and fight across that way rather than having to be deadlocked right down center of the bridge. So time will tell how this change impacts, you know, the overall meta when it comes to bridge camping. But, you know, any changes I think is amazing to see how the players adapt to it.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of map changes, right? Even a small thing changed on the map can impact quite a lot the competitive scene. Now, you said this might just make things a little easier for a team to try and get the bridge control, but honestly, it's pros and cons for both the sides, right? If you do try to take this staircase, that means most of the times you're going to be vulnerable either from the left side or the right side, and there's going to be a couple other teams who would want to make sure they're also getting their hands on the staircase or either the bridge, who are just guarding the coastlines. Hey, there's the pros and cons for all these sides, so overall, you'll have to fight your way through. But XSET, one of those teams, have let a lot of fans down in the PMGC Zoo. They've got a lot of eyes on them, too. I'm pretty sure a lot of fan base that XSET had gained for themselves in the PMPL NA, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now because it's night. Oh, the Chosen, they just walk into nice territory and they will be cut off. There we go. Another man taken out. The Chosen, now they're down to just 2 men alive.
That was a really easy point pickup for the Knights. They just rolled up. That TC player, not sure what he was doing, just being caught off by himself. Yeah, right now it looks like we might have a small technical issue. Oh, no, here, we're back. We're back onto TC. TC down to 2 players. That is a nice compound they're holding down. It is like a rotational position. They can elect to swim across to the military island side from that position if the circle shifts down there. And I'm already seeing on the minimap like 2 or 3 teams taking some long botations across to get to the military base of Erangel.
Man, you already cursed Team Chosen.
Hey, well, I mean, it's the first game. They got a few more games left to play. Who knows, right? Like, I'm sorry, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. That's what he says. But yeah. For now, here we have HTV. Pretty much just chilling right now in the water. Taking their sweet little time. Rotate onto the military island. Another one of those teams that are going to have a lot of problems. Has to be HQA. Still in the blue. Taking a fair bit amount of damage. Same thing goes with the WSB. We did see WSB struggling with a lot of confidence issues. Hopefully, they're going to be taken care of, at least in the second game, because I'm seeing a lot of jitters on their side.
We get the next circle shift. Looking like it's more likely to go to the military base side, but keeping some of that main island still in zone. That works out great for the team like the Knights. They could control that side of the bridge. And then Nova, where do you see? Oh, yeah, Nova's already across. They rotated straight across in the very beginning, and that's when they picked up the 2 XSET knocks, right? Nova always a team that really prioritizes strong central positions. But for the Knights, right, they could elect to camp their side of the bridge, pick up some more elimination points, and then they could also rotate across when the time needs. So they get the best of both worlds. You know, they secure the rotation, and they could secure some elims along the way there.
Oh, I like what XSET is doing here too. Just trying to avoid all the eyes on them. And they're going to rotate from the waterways in no reply. They will find themselves a safe rotation probably, but they just don't have the man number. That's lacking quite a lot. That means the firepower on their side too is going to be falling weak. Polar Ace spots out the players of Knights, takes a couple of shots, and I feel like that's a wrong decision right there because you're just knocking onto your own death. Because now Knights, they have a better positioning on you guys. You guys will need to try and penetrate through Knights' defense. Knights now well aware of Polar's position. Now they're going to have a lot of things to worry about because all Knights going to do is they're just going to hold the bridge.
Yeah, it's as I was saying, right? The Knights have the options to rotate, or they could decide to camp the bridge location area. And with the Knights being such an experienced team, you know for sure that is one team you do not want to fight, especially if they're camping your way in across the bridge. So we'll see how the Knights play this one out. Of course, they already have 1 elimination points. Elsewhere on the map, though, many teams now taking the waterways to swim across or take the boat across. I see HQA on the western side of the bridge, which is not being camped at all. We have Boring Protocol camping the western bridge, but as soon as that zone shifted further east, Boring Protocol did rotate in. So maybe for some of these teams, if they just take the western bridge, it'd be a better option. We'll see if teams like the Panthers decide to do that, though.
Nothing really much going on. It's the calm before the storm, Zoo. Teams are trying to set themselves up for a late game position. XSET 2, they found themselves a safe rotation on the Millie base, or the military island. But the rest of the teams like Polar Ace, they're going to have a lot of tough time. Knights too included because they're going to be camped out by Nova. Nova's not going to let that be that easy. So Knights, they're going to have a tough time too, trying to cross over. There you go, Polar Ace spots out a man in the front, but you should not peek out a little too much. Make sure you're not giving any room for error here because Coops, his cross is trained and he's going to take you down.
Coops, one of the star players from the Knights, but now the Knights have like 3 star players, right? Tensa, Coops, Chico, and Xenox. This is pretty much the super team out of North America. But with a game like PUBG Mobile, it's not all about the star power of the team. It has more to do with the synergy and the strategy behind the team. And with the next circle shifting out, well, we are definitely heading down towards the military base side. That circle does allow the Knights, like once again, if they want to, they could camp this bridge out another circle, force the team of Polar Ace into them, pick up those eliminations, and then rotate in. So it's really up to the Knights what they want to do with this circle. But they got to make a decision fast. We do see some other teams that could decide to camp the Knights out. We see Boring Protocol right on top of another team.
Oh, look at the south side too.
Oh yeah, the south side is getting congested also.
Yep, there's teams just falling one after the other. Team Chosen, now keep this in mind, this team was handicapped early off, so Boring Protocol, they're not going to have a tough time to take him out the game. With only 2 players alive and 3 players in game. It's quite an unfortunate outing for Team Chosen. There we go. The push comes in, Boring Protocol somewhere down line realize the enemy team just doesn't have the man number available. It's Oppa trying to hold an off angle over here. To spot out a couple of players, making the push happen, but that's a great shot. And it's going to be the first man taken out, but no. Team Chosen, they're trying their best to reply back, but this time the reply is going to be denied. Boring Protocol comes out on top, and they also get the compound control.
Boring Protocol do end up losing 1 player for that. I do believe 1 player, Samuel, that is the in-game leader of the team. He must have been doing the scouting and pulled up to the compound first by himself and got pretty much camped out by the Chosen. So they'll trade 1 player for 2 points. Oh, perfect. Here is exactly what happened. Yeah, Samuel runs in completely unaware, and Oppa gets the confirmation. Always sucks to go down like that, but you always have to be wary of how some of these teams might be playing. So the Knights, we do see them deciding to still camp the bridge, but it's not going too well as a beautiful nade landing right on the tops of Chico's head, and Tensa also goes down, but at least there's a trade coming out. But this time, BTOWN of all teams taking it to the Knights. Oh, it's not BTOWN, it's also the side of Polar Ace.
Oh, but Coops, though, is trying his best to hold on, but there's too many players to take care of, and he will fall down. Polar Ace somewhere down line. Now it seems like they're getting the grip back up in this fight, but it's mainly because BTOWN's helping him out here. Knights, they're crumbling down. Too many players to handle in the front. The bridge camp not really working out this time. Coops is falling down. The down man needs a hand, but this time it seems like next to impossible. Xenox is in the back too. A lot of hopes from the final man alive, but Xenox will need to make a play happen. For now, he's just on a run for his life. Makes a lot of sense too. He's being surrounded by both the teams, Polar Ace and now BTOWN in the front. Jimmy using the staircase area. He's also gonna sneak underneath the bridge. Polar Ace still unaware of the final man's position from Knights. Xenox is just trying to find a safe pathway underneath the water.
Trying to see if the Polar Ace is going to take the bridge or not, or if it's going to be BTOWN. BTOWN has one player across. The rest is still fighting in the gridlock on the main island side. I would say BTOWN does have the advantage with Jimmy's position. They got more angles, but if Jimmy were to go down here, it would be very bad for the side of BTOWN. Shooting through the staircase, This is what I love to see. This is a new element definitely involved in bridge camping. These angles down here, very new, unfamiliar to most of these players, and Jimmy gets the better of that one. But for the side of Polar Ace, they gotta make a press across because the zone has shifted, by the way. The zone has shifted far down south towards the very high hill grounds of that radio tower on the military base side, which Nova has pretty much full control of.
Oh, the struggle is real though. Jimmy wants to confirm the kill. He smells it, but he's just not able to confirm it just yet. He's not able to find that one single connection. Polar Ace do get a clear vision, but that's a perfect nade placement coming through from Jimmy. He's gonna find another opening on the Polar Ace. Another man falls down. Now it's just two players alive from their side. BTOWN, they're just rocking the floor on this bridge, and they're claiming it. They're stealing it away from even a team like Knights. Polar Ace, they want to get the control back in before now it looks like next to impossible. Man gets caught out in the open, a couple of whiffs, but it's okay as long as he gets the knock. The confirmation's there too. Trey gets a fade away, a limb point, but how is he going to make it inside the zone? That's the question. He did get a point, but the main goal here is to make it inside the zone, and BTOWN, they're just going to make sure they're camping Polar Ace out.
We see Polar Ace being very wary, spraying that smoke, still worried that the BTOWN team is camping them, but the zone is closing at this point in stage. The zone hurts a lot. You see BTOWN deciding to just leave that fight completely. They do sacrifice a player. Trey following close behind. I think he's just trying to keep tabs on where this team is rotating because they know both of these teams are going to be rotating very close to each other. They'll pull up right next to another team. Actually, it's actually Polar Ace pulling up to this team, and it's a mad scramble. You see how late rotations can definitely affect where you end up in the rest of the game. So many of these teams rotating in with barely any info whatsoever.
True. Yep, late rotation means you're going to be lacking on a lot of info. And at that time, you pretty much will have to commit onto a compound because you just don't have any other choice. You're taking bullets from all the different angles. But BTOWN here, they have gone a casualty on their side, but it's okay. A safe rotation onto the Novo side. Bolty in the back too. Still not just yet inside the zone. BTOWN clashing in a compound against XSET. For now, it looks like a 2-on-2 situation. J7. Grenades trained. Looking to find a single knockout. But right now, it just doesn't seem likely. Both these teams are unaware of each other's exact positioning. So BTOWN right now, they're just going to hold it outside.
2v2 situation. And the circle does shift onto them. So that is good for both of these teams, but they're more likely to clash now as both sides want to occupy this compound for themselves. 2v2. XSET lost 2 very early on. They did not even get a chance to really fight yet, but this is going to be the one crucial fight that they need to take. Kill switch not making any noise, just watching that angle from the stairs. TPP, BTOWN, Jimmy, and Midnight. They don't want to press up either. because kill switch is ready at hand. There's a small chance that both of these teams might just sit here for the long run and just be neighbors.
Ooh, I like that countdown too. This circle, when it closes, it's just going to be complete chaos all across the board. We already do see a player from Noah going down. That's a big man taken down too, but Noah, with the high ground, they also have a huge advantage in this fight. McCoy's getting shot from somewhere else. A lot of angles to cover by one single man, but the man at top does have a lot of info to report. McCoy for now is a little safe. He's managed to shake off Boring Protocol. Boring Protocol too, realizing the depth of the situation. And they do want to make it inside the zone, so Noah, they will get a free res back up on their teammate. Boring Protocol too still. Yeah.
Yeah, that does work out for Nova, but even with that free revive, they still got to fight their way in, and most likely they'll clash with Boring Protocol once again. Nova's a really strong team, but where we see them lack sometimes is when they hold these bigger splits. Nova, a team that's very, you know, I would almost say greedy when it comes to holding split positions, because we see them kind of mess up and get taken apart one by one. Koi taking shots there at Carnage. Carnage does go down. Carnage driving into the lone player of Fate. Happy birthday. Unfortunately for you, it's Fate's birthday as he picks up that one singular point. And here comes the rest of Boring Protocol. Yeah, that's a rough position right there. I think his car also got stuck, and he's got to hop his way down. Maybe Spec's going to go for that revenge kill onto Fate.
No, I don't think so.
He's going to have to med.
I don't think it's worth it. He's also taking a lot of damage. It's getting next to impossible to tank this damage, and now, yep, he has to go for this KP if he doesn't get it. Oh, it's going to be pretty much GG's WP for him. Yep, he's trying to get as much as the limb points as possible before he fades away. But that's going to be denied too. Noah could get racking up the final kill on Boring Protocol. Noah now having pretty much a good positioning inside the zone, on the edge of the zone on the left side. Couple of teams in the front too to try and take care of, but at least for now they can chill out, because the next zone is going to be deciding a lot of things. And well, guess what? XSET and BT, they are in luck.
They're like best friends by now. That is 3 circles in a row where they're literally like 5 meters from each other, and they have not decided to, you know, take the fight. So I think they're going to be chilling for the long run, and if anything, it's going to help them out. I do notice in the elimination feed, but yeah, Nova already with 6 eliminations, and they got a double nade just now onto the 4 bros side, so that's going to definitely spark the engagement there, confirming 2 more points for themselves. And not just that, they're clearing out the northern side of the circle. They needed to make a decision, come in from the north or come in more from the south, and with those 2 easy elims, they will take control of that north side, and that actually forces the 4 bros team to also join the house party. Now we got a 2v2v2, and it's breaking out though. Russ going and taking a fight with Jimmy. XSET just chilling upstairs. And that is another team out. BTOWN taken down.
Finally the silence breaking into a lot of chaos. There we go, BTOWN taken care of, and now it's time for WSP. Another wave of enemies coming through on this compound. This compound's so crucial. The only compound inside the zone too, and it seems like now Noah too want to knock on the doors. 4 pros taken care of. Noah, they're looking to dominate this compound here. 5 with 5 elim points, 4 bros. They're going to be taking out the game for now. But look at this, WallStreetBets. They do realize another team is in the front, and they're approaching this compound too, so there's going to be another team to take care of. XSET, they already have the compound control, but it's going to be next to impossible to hold it off, especially against 8 players.
XSET has pretty much set up a couch and a TV with like 4K streaming up there. They have been chilling up there like no one's concerned, while everyone is just, you know, fighting and raining chaos everywhere else. XSET, they're going for those placement points. I mean, they were down to 2 early on. Execute finally getting taken out. Nova and WallStreetBets. The engagement's going to go through. WallStreetBets down to just 1 player already. It's a 4v1 situation, and Nova's looking in firm control of this.
Yeah, Noah's just proven these teams unparalleled. There you go, though. WSB finally trying to strike back, but Nova, they deny it again. The man advantage just helping him out. Nova, as I said, they're just proving these teams unparalleled. XSET, they're barely alive though. 2 players still somehow they're left unchecked on top of the house. I'm pretty sure teams do know there's a team on the top, but hey, how are you going to challenge them? That's the question. Look at this. Lazarus right in the front. It's the final. All 4 players alive, even from this team. Nova, they're being extra cautious, but look at the split coming through from this side. It's Koi spots out the player in the close, or player in the open actually in the far fray. But there's also another player in the back too. Koi, he has a really key positioning. He can turn the tides here. Oh, spots out the man in the close. A little whiff coming through, but it's okay. He finally gets the kill, but the back of fire is there. Oh my God, here we go.
Coming in really strong right now. They get that circle control on the outside, has shifted away from the compound. Nova might have bit off a little more they could chew. I love Koi's positioning. He was passing off so much information, but I think he might have let out those shots a bit more prematurely. It's going to come down to a potential 3v2 situation. 2 of Lazarus knocked. Nova still has 3 players up, and Ren already driving up to the tree to get the revive onto their down player.
Oh, this is looking so intense, Zoo. No, Koi already taken out. It's going to be next to impossible to get the rest back up on the final man. And there we go. High ground kind of working off in their favor. Lazarus, they're pretty much dominating this. No, they're going to sweat bullets here. Kindness. He's looking healthy for now. Also going to top his HP off with a little bit of painkillers. But again, Joey, he does exactly know where the final players are available. On the other hand, even the side of Lazarus, it looks like they're quite hurt. 1 man all the way in the bottom. Kindness is making sure his position's uncompromised. He's dealing a lot of damage. There we go. The chip damage finally converts into a kill, and he's able to find the opening right there. And now this team is going to be under a lot of pressure. Nova, they're looking to make it hurt. The man shifted out in the open, and there we go. Nova, they get the first game in their pocket, Zoo.
They win the first match, but they don't just win the placement points. I think they got more elimination points than placement points. So I believe they were hitting up to 17 eliminations. Look at that Nova Esports team. That is one deadly team. I think combined with each player, they have almost like 4, 8, 12, like 16 years of experience. Like each of those 4 players on the screen have been playing this game for at least 4 years. And that is a lot of experience. And now, I mean, I see why Glitter picked the team. I see why the Nova, Chinese side of the Nova team in the Eastern region dominated the PMGC. It looks like they were wanting to also dominate the Western region as well.
I mean, hey, that's a statement in itself, right? I mean, the way a dominating win already on the first game of the PMPL NA, I would call that a statement. So all the teams like Knights, I mean, they were a stronger competitor in this one. But Knights, unfortunately, they just got, I mean, they tried their best to camp the bridge, but instead the tables were turned against them. And I don't know how things are going to be looking like, Zoo, on the next map, because the first one has been an absolute chaos. And Nova, they were just proving every single team unparalleled.
I'd have to say for the Knights, it was kind of a bit of a fluke. It's not every day you bridge camp and you get pushed by 2 teams on opposite sides as a 4-man. Tough luck for them, but hey, we're going to go for a short break and maybe the Knights will pull it back in game number 2.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
We are back. Game number 1. My goodness. Nova. Whoa. 7. First of all, you had the Knights picked, my man. All right.
Thank you, Dave.
Glitter had Nova picked. So Glitter, Nova, game 1, dominating.
Nova, Nova. Okay, I knew it, and they just made me look good. Thank you, Nova guys. I appreciate that. But I'm telling you, and we were talking about this while we were watching the Game 7, QZ, just game number 1, absolutely destroyed anyone in front of him.
Remember when I told you I wanted to see which team was going to take advantage of them elimination points? Nova definitely raised their hand. 17 elimination points on the first match, Glitter. If that is not a statement, I don't know what it is. And you mentioned it perfectly. I mean, the players, the new players absolutely perform. And by the way, when I threw the jersey earlier, I was trying to pass it to you, but I guess it doesn't work like that. Maybe in the future, who knows? We'll figure out how that works. Overall, though, some of the teams definitely surprised us. And by surprises, I'm going to go with Knights a little bit. I really thought they were going to have a much better performance here on the first match. It could be just a filling out process. They did have to do a weird rotation overall. But, I mean, the biggest storyline here, it's Nova with an absolute dominant, and I mean dominant win, Glitter.
Yes. I feel awesome right now. I have been on the Nova train for how long? How many seasons now, guys? And
I think like 2.
This is the strongest start they have ever had in a season ever.
True.
Well, talking about game number 1, let's check out the highlights, baby. You have to assume it's just going to be Nova, Nova, Nova. Start things out. Here we go, 7.
We did some HQA, you know, WallStreetBets as well. But right here, I mean, Nova, XSET, it completely backfired when they were trying to do that bridge cap. Luckily for XSET, they were able to come back and at least secure their place. So that's good out of them. I was hoping they weren't going to start with a 16th place here on the first day, especially on the first match, Glitter.
Yeah, no, we actually saw a lot of pretty surprising early game action out of the teams that we thought would do better. Like we saw Knights or XSET first, we saw the drive-by, right? They lost 2 players really early. Like you said, they were able to then camp for a lot longer and get some points that they needed. But here, this is the Knights moment we're talking about. Knights got stuck in a really, really tough spot between Polar Ace and BTOWN, and that put them in a massive disadvantage. And once again, that was another one of those teams we weren't necessarily expecting that from. And we saw other teams, like I had said, though, in this first week, it's that unsettled chaos that we get a lot in these games. That's what we're seeing. We saw HQA getting some points on the board. I mean, we saw BTOWN here and Polar Ace able to take out one of the heavy hitters in the lobby. And I don't think that will last forever, if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree with that. I am currently seeing a lot of HQA highlights. I mean, at that point, they had 6 elims. Overall, a great performance from them as well. But overall, this is the story right here. We saw QZ. We saw what they were able to do. 4 Bros with Leon as well. W1D1 Esports LLC. I'm just in shock that Nova was able to perform that well, and I'm just in shock that QZ was able to perform that well as well, because remember, on that first interview that we saw from Shifan, he mentioned how they're currently playing out of China, so they might be playing with high ping, but it didn't even seem to bother them. And if I'm any of these North American players, I'm scared after what I just saw, especially if the ping is really not bothering them that much, and they're putting up these performances. I mean, look at him. At that point, he had 4 elims, Glitter.
It was actually insanity. We saw a double nade coming out of QZ, and to be fair, to give Lazarus some credit, Lazarus did hold their side of the zone towards the end here for a very long time. They were able to clean up a lot of KP on the back half of that game and get some points themselves for that leaderboard. But 17 elims out of the gate, yes, all day, please.
Top damage right here. Are we surprised? 17 elim points from Nova, almost 3K damage. Nobody else even coming close. And why they have to do me like that in the nights like that? Like, why? Why are they, like, why? The comparison, Glitter.
That is a a little bit rough. It's only because it's such a stark contrast to everybody else, right? Like Lazarus still had 7 elims and they've got 1100 damage. But to be fair, what's actually crazy about the Nova stat is that they didn't even break the 3K damage mark with those 17 elims, which means that they were not only doing a really good job in their own straight up fights, but that they were doing a really good job with their awareness around them and able to pick up more elims off of those third-party situations, because there's no way that they would only have 3K damage with that many elims if they were complete team fights.
Dominating out here. And I love how game 1, we had the most sketch zone we could possibly have. It was 50-50, and then it kept going south. I think I saw HTV with the early boat Tate, but here's the round MVP, 7.
I mean, we were talking about QC. Let's give kindness some credit to 1,300 damage. Are you kidding me? Before, I mean, out of 2 players, 1,300, and then QC with a respective, 1,100 damage. But overall, kindness, 8 elims for himself, being able to out-survive most of his teammates and being able to clutch up that win. And then we have Lazarus Joey. I mean, we have seen Joey being able to come up for now some seasons. To see him here in the MVP is actually quite pleasant. But overall, I think this is just so... It must feel so good right now for Nova Glitter, getting these 2 new players and them just being the best performers of the team here on match 1.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we check out the Nova team sets here in the background, but look at the supports, the knock, sorry, on QZ as well, like the team support that we were getting there, making sure that he's dealing the damage, getting the knocks on those players so that it's making their fights safer and the situations around them better. I mean, this was a massive game straight out of the gate for Nova. What we're going to have to see is this a repeatable performance, or is this like that one flash in the pan and then all of a sudden they fall off?
No She fan, by the way.
I did notice that too.
Very interesting, especially because we've seen him in the past kind of be that IGL. And going back to the total damage graphic, I pointed him out. The team at the very right-hand side with 1 elim point. Here's his stats, 7.
Yeah, and I definitely wanted to showcase it because this is a team that we hyped up so much at the start. I feel like in no way is this trolling or anything like that. I was just intrigued to see those stats. And Coops, you know what Coops showed me? Coops still got it. Coop wants to be that MVP, even though Nova's currently performing that well, because if he wasn't so much surrounded by those players, if those players didn't have so many angles on him, I think he might have been able to clutch up. But I mean, Tensa being able to get some damage as well, Xenox being able to get some damage, and being the only one to secure that elim for his team. Overall, Knights is just currently filling themselves out. If you're currently watching right now, do not panic, okay? It is just the first match. Relax.
Ooh, I'm kind of panicking. I'm kind of panicking because we got that last fight and Nova dominating.
Okay.
Nova definitely did. Let's talk about this, Glitter. Let's talk about the angles that the Nova players were able to gather here.
Thank you, because that was one of the things that we were really paying attention to, and we were even hearing the caster say, you know, at this point, is the fact they're so spread out, is that bad? Was that the wrong call? They have, I mean, they've got the 2 up top and 2 down below, but even the 2 on the southern edge of this pole were still kind of spread out. But you can see Kindness, and we got to see this from Kindness's POV as well. We watched him using the angle of that little ridge to his advantage to really get some serious damage down onto Lazarus. And to be fair, Lazarus also had good angles, 7. So that's why it's even crazier that Nova was able to come out on top in this.
Yeah, and at this point, it becomes on, can you hit those shots and can you win those 1v1s, right? And we always talk about that. And right now, at this point, Nova was the one that was able to edge those out. I feel like with this kind of circle and with that overview, it allowed us to see perfectly. It could have gone to any team. It was just whoever was able to win those 1v1 moments. And at that point, Nova was just on a hot streak.
Nova pretty much having zone dominance all game long, and it helped with the zones continuing to favor them. But they were able to hold down their splits throughout the game and not get knocked out in the process. So that was impressive in its own right, because looking back at last year, Nova kind of utilized the same strategies, but it didn't look as clean, right, as it looked right here, right now. So very curious, like, how long has this team been practicing, preparing for PMPL, and can they continue on with that momentum? And to talk about that momentum, I got the casters. So let's bring them in, because I got a question for my man Zute. First of all, we saw the Chosen first team to get taken out game 1. Zute, what happened, man, with the Chosen?
Necro, hey, you want to talk about your team real quick?
Yeah.
Caster Curtis, what can I say, man? That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. And they had 3, right? I didn't notice they only had 3 coming into that game. So hopefully they get the whole team up, have those numbers to kind of help them here. Because the goal, top 16 in league play, top 16 make it that super weekend. So as Necro would put it, Necro, it's easy. It's easy. Last year, you said last year, it's easy, top 16. So I wouldn't count out the Chosen quite yet. It is still pretty early on here, fellas.
Yeah, but one team that I do feel really strongly about is the Nova team. I mean, obviously, come on. That first game, they absolutely crushed it. 17 eliminations and the chicken, and they kept like pretty much 4 players up the entirety of that game. It just means their synergy is on point. Each time a Nova player is playing in a split position, he has someone there ready to support him, to revive him. Really good game for them, but of course, we're going into map number 2. We're going into Miramar, completely different ballpark from Erangel, Necro. Okay, and now we're on to Miramar. Plane is flying overhead. Does look like it's going to be a decently fair plane path as far as Miramar is concerned. Now, I mentioned on Erangel, it's not as important because it's so easy to rotate off drop to get to where you want to. Miramar is a completely different situation. And I do believe for game number 2, we will have Group B sitting out. Oh, my correction, B is still playing. I was going to say the Knights. I thought the Knights were sitting out this one. Well, the Knights are going to play in this match. It had a very poor start. I know like 5 of the talent all picked the Knights, but like I said, I feel like the Knights kind of got unlucky. They had 2 teams press into them from different sides at the same time. So the Knights definitely had to do a lot to make it out of that one. Unfortunately, they just couldn't. We'll see how they do on this second match of Miramar. Very northern plane path. Some teams will struggle, I believe, trying to head down to the southern side. See 3 teams dropping flying pretty close to each other. Side of Mezexis, Nova, the Nova team, the God Nova team. I mean, already starting off with a really good start. All right, so looking at the circle now, a little bit of a technical issue going on here, but the first circle on the far northwestern side. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, PMPL. You see these circles that don't usually happen, and I can say that from experience. I used to play competitive, so I spent countless of hours in scrim matches. And when you play like thousands of hours in scrims, you get pretty used to seeing what kind of circles come up. And this is a very unusual circle, but what's not unusual is Nova starting off once again really strong. And I think even in match number 1, Nova got some of the first 2 eliminations of the game when they drove down the military base side, past the bridge, and picked up 2 eliminations onto XSET. And now starting off this one, picking one up onto Mezexis. Now Mezexis, they did not play the very first game, I believe, so they're coming into this one just warming up. And, well, unfortunately for them, they're going to warm up right next to the Nova side. And Nova, they're on fire. They got more temperature and warmth for the entire lobby, because that's what they're going to be looking to do. They're going to be looking to take down everybody that comes in their path. Now, Nova, we saw in game 1, they really prioritized that first rotation onto the military base side. Now, with Miramar being such a bigger map and a harder map to rotate in, I'm definitely curious to see what they do on this first circle rotation. Of course, it's not split to a different island. There's a lot of different ways into this first zone. And I'm more interested to see on what teams is going to take the very northern route, because this is a unusually northern circle as far as Miramar is concerned, but that does allow for more access roadways to the top part of the map. Dope right now on the screen, just looting up. They're on the far southeastern side. You'll also see the team of BTOWN down in Puerto Paraiso, completely opposite of where the circle has opened up on the very first phase. The Knights and Picado, of course, taking the central spot. We did see in game number 1 of Erangel, the Knights did not end up taking Pachinki. The Knights actually electing to stay where they played from the last season in Yasnaya. So a little bit of a change in drop locations, but I would argue Picado is much more important than Pachinki, because rotating on Miramar is a lot more difficult. Sunny Pig up on the top of the mountains. Might be able to spot some enemy players rotating, but more so key position for information. Iron Sight on the M4 doesn't even have a scope ready, only has a red dot. Boring Protocol right now, rotating in. They're fairly center of the circle, a little bit off center. Team Vamp right now, also pretty close to the Boring Protocol team, rotating in. This being Miramar, we'll see a lot of teams go for these early game rotations, not necessarily fights, unless if they're kind of forced into one. Sam L, the IGL of Boring Protocol, pulling right up next to HQA. King Pig stuck on his own. He does have Chi-Wing in the back lines of his sight. He's got to play to Chi-Wing's support angle. But the jump shot, I think, out of spec, hopping up over the top and shooting down, will also get that confirmation. HQA down to 3 players. Boring Protocol looking pretty good right now. And HQA is going to have to give up this position. That's the problem with playing more split this early on in Miramar. It's great to secure all these power positions, but if your team is not prepared for another team rolling up, the adjustments have to be made quickly without losing a player, and unfortunately for HQA, they have lost their very first player. They are able to transition to a different position on the map, though, that's still fairly strong. This was a split position that they were playing earlier, and I just noticed this team of HQA has 3 pigs. We got Sunny Pig, Sup Pig, and King Pig. King Pig, unfortunately, is the first one up to be Barbecue.
Okay.
And I do think we might get another voice on screen.
Who this? Who this?
Oh,
Dave.
new phone, who this?
Hey, new phone, who this? Zute, wow, what's going on, man? What is going on with the Chosen? I gotta call him out. I gotta call him out.
Hey, they're starting this game stronger than they did last game, and that's because they got 4 players, right? They needed that 4th player. That's what happened in game number 1. It wasn't my cast of curse. Just watch, Dave. Just watch. TC, they're gonna get at least 10 points in this match. And speaking about TC, Dave, I was talking about that northern circle. TC is rotating in from that hard northern side, so it actually is going to work out for them a little bit on this very first phase.
Yeah, they're all the way at the top right there, just cruising. They do have K19 kind of pulling in behind them at water treatment, though, so might have to keep our eyes on that northern shift like you mentioned here, Zute. But El Pozo, nobody wanted to go inside the town. What's up with that?
The town, well, I mean, the town. You don't want to get caught. You don't want to get caught stuck in the town in the very first phase, right? So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. A lot of teams right now just mainly prioritizing those high mountaintop positions. There's a bunch of them in this circle, Dave. I mean, take your pick.
Yeah. So if I had to take my pick, I would probably pick where the Knights are, just a little west of Picado. I'm hoping they can come out on top of this game, get a couple more elim points, you know, get them points to float them up, because kind of like your team, game one, not the hottest.
Hey.
Not the hottest. I'm on the same boat as you though, so I can say it. You know, I can say it. The Chosen not coming in game one strong. The Knights not coming in game one strong. And with Nova dominating, I want to get your take on this. They dominated so hard game one. Do you think other teams are going to be a little scared? I'm gonna say a little scared of maybe clashing with Nova here.
I think later on in the days, when we're nearing the final day for like qualifying into the Super Weekend, teams then might start actually adjusting their rotations or strategies depending on where Nova is. But right now it's still early in the day, and yeah, Nova dominated, but a lot of teams are just warming up, right? So maybe Nova, they got that Glitter Domus, you know, buff.
Yeah.
You know, we saw it happen whenever Glitter picks a team, somehow, some way, they do extremely well, and well, I mean, it happened. So Glitter Dom is the only one winning after that game, number one. All the teams we picked, I believe, just really, really struggling. And the circle, Dave, further to the west, man. Move it on to the left.
Yeah, very interesting, right? Because out there on the west side, the map does have those high cliffs, right? And you can't access those cliffs. So this zone actually a lot smaller than what it might be because of that fact, right? I would say maybe, what, 15% of this circle is not going to be playable here.
Yeah, a good amount. You see XSET here. They're pretty much north of the center of the zone. The center of the zone is in that giant city that you mentioned, El Pozo. Might see some teams starting to take this position up now. We do see HQA there. Lazarus very close to the Execute team. Vamp coming in from the east. And you see TC on the very northern side, utilizing that northern rotation that is very uncongested. So very good job by the TC for them to do what I was saying would be an optimal rotation. They can navigate past many teams and come in from the western side now as the circle has shifted further to the west.
Yeah, nice little west side circle shift. And I'm not gonna lie, I know Lazarus are down a squad mate, but I was really impressed with their game one performance just based off of last season, right? Lazarus always showing up, but never showing up. If you catch my drift, right? If that makes sense. Like, they showed up, but they didn't show up. Well, the extra show. And game number one, they almost had it. They had the high ground, but kindness, that thorn in the side of them to secure that chicken right there. So I'm a true believer, and I know you're kind of with me on this, but momentum, right? So game one, Lazarus were able to acquire that momentum, that second place, almost getting that chicken. You were a player. How does that momentum kind of translate into that next match?
Oh, it helps a bunch, especially when it's the very first game. You know, all teams kind of question themselves coming into the first game, as confident as they could be, right? It's like you won't know for sure until points are getting thrown on the board. And for both Lazarus and Nova, they did a great job. And I love that you bring up these two teams, right? Both of these teams, extremely hungry. We heard what Shifan said in the interview. You know, they wanted first place, not just in the league stage, but also in the finals. As Pappy taking some shots onto Yang right there. Yang will go down wide in the open. These are the angles that these teams got to be worried about. A lot of cliff sides. But going back to the conversation, as hungry as Nova is, I talked to Fears from Lazarus just a moment ago before this game started, and I feel like their team, all 4 individual players on their team, make up the hungriest team there is here. They have experience, not as much experience as some of these veteran teams, but that, you know, is countered by the fact of how hungry they are and how much they really want to prove themselves as kind of like almost like an underdog team. And seeing them get that second place finish in the very first game does make me really happy.
Yeah, sometimes that hunger kind of outweighs the knowledge and experience of just playing, what, for like 3 years competitive, right? Because they're just on the come up, on the grind, and they got something to prove. I love that story, Zute, and I hope they do show up. I hope they do show up here as we continue to follow their story here, as it is only day number 1. But the next circle did shift once again to that west side. So El Pozo, to me, is looking like a tasty snack when we're looking at the cover that it offers.
Hey, to the left, to the left. Shout outs to the chat if you understand the reference. But yeah, the circle,
Boxes
we're
to
just...
the left.
Huh?
Boxes to the left? Is that what that
Yeah, that one. I don't know the lyrics. I just know the to the left part. I kind of know the dance. I'm not going to do it, though. But yeah, the circle...
Boxes to the left.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the circle, we're going to that western side. Definitely a part of Miramar that we don't see too often and competitive. And for many of these teams, might be a little bit newer to them as XSET. While they're looking better than game number 1, they still have 4 players up, and they have the advantage over the side of BTOWN. I would not go for that revive. That is definitely not the play. Confirms the knock, and now, well, I mean, he just puts himself in an even worse position.
Yeah, it looks like Polo G was able to get that thirst, and like you said, that player looking to help their teammates. You have to assume their squad mate was like, I'm safe, get me, I'm safe. And Polo G is like, nope, you are not. BTOWN, they look like they might lose another one. And here's a replay from early on from our main man, Jimmy, with that scar.
Ooh, Jimmy. Yo, BTOWN from Jimmy looking really strong. We saw him camp down that bridge solo while the rest of this team was on the ridgeline side. And I think Jimmy picked up 2 onto the side of Polar Ace. So Jimmy, keeping my eyes out for Jimmy.
As long as BTOWN have Jimmy, they're good to go, right? I mean, Jimmy, I've been watching this player for a couple seasons now, and Jimmy's got the skills, right? So I'm really interested to see what Jimmy could do here performing at this stage now that we are playing PMPL with all eyes on you. And we do see the kill feed. Lazarus constantly just popping off right now, at least getting knocks. I know they only have 1 elim point, but they have been very active in this kill feed.
Yeah, Lazarus is actually in the El Pozo area, so with them being in the city, very hard to confirm those knocks, but putting out pressure, which is always good. We're going to move into the next circle shift. Now, take a look at each 4 sections of the map. Southwest, northeast, northwest, southwest. All 4 very dynamically different parts of the circle. Where is it going to go, though? It kind of goes right in the middle, where we're going to have a whole mix of terrain. We still got the city involved. We got those mountains that XSET is holding down in the southeast side. So XSET, this is a really good game for them. Hopefully they'll be able to close out a lot of points.
Yeah, that 2-2 split from XSET, and they have that main road right between them that teams are probably going to be looking to easily rotate through possibly, because we have 4 teams out there on that east side no longer in play. So we'll keep tabs on that, because right now the 2 juggernauts in the lobby, looks like Nova going to be on the outskirts of this compound. Chico peeking, taking some shots right there, and the Knight's going to be currently pinned down for the time being.
Take a look at the way Nova's pressing this. This is very classic of how Chinese teams play. They'll send just 1 player up and 2 players covering to provide the pressure. But I think Koi, he bit off a little more than he can chew, and Nova, they're down to 2 players. I mean, Nova doing what they can. They have a team of the Knights, you know, stopping them. And this time around for the Knights, they just got to worry about 1 team, and it's looking like a lot better for them.
That right there is when you got too much confidence, honestly, in my opinion, right? The Knights, they had the inside, they had the cover of the compound. Nova were kind of separated, trying to pinch them, trying to rack up some elim points, but Koi was kind of spread too far, in my opinion, and paid the ultimate price right there. And, well, the Knights now at 2 points on the board. Nice, easy little rotate into the zone.
You see the execute team rotating in and crashing on in onto the side of the Panthers. We also have a player of K19 here. Juancho, oh, just as I say his name, he gets grenaded, and most from the Panthers out top, but he's got the support of his 3 teammates on the high ground, more to the western side. We'll see if they're able to do anything against this execute push.
There's Jason, first grenade elimination right here. Fate cooking 1, tossing 1. And there goes the dynamite right there. Another point going to the side of execute.
Jason's got the arms. That's 2 grenades right there back to back that he's managed to hit. Fate taking some shots at the rest of the Panthers now. Jason, a player that I'm more unfamiliar with. Maybe the rookie on the team. Looking very good though.
All right, Zute, well, I'm out, brother man. Good luck. Game number 2. Necro's back in.
Oh, man.
Hello? Oh, there he is. There's my boy, Necro. Welcome back, man. We're well underway, game number 2, but you came in at the perfect time. This is like the boiling pot. The water's about to boil over, and everything's about to explode here as we head into the next circle shift.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. These technical difficulties sometimes, they can get you. But yeah, I'm gonna hold on to my words for now because, yeah, as you said, things are about to boil for sure. The Panthers, they're quite in a tricky situation. Actually, no, scratch that. They also do have a man separated out. Now, the separation can actually work in their favor, or it can actually not. If the guy is separated out, if he gets taken out, then problems are going to start to knock their doors.
That circle shift, though, is definitely going to work in favor of the Panthers. They don't have to move anywhere, but this is going to be disaster for so many other teams. We don't have much hard cover at all. We just have the roadside, maybe a shack here or there, but so many teams on the northeast of El Pozo has to go into that grind, that meat grinder on the way into the northeastern side. And I believe only maybe one team can take that southeastern side, as there is not much hard cover. We're going to lose a lot of players, a lot of teams here. You already see it in the elimination feed. A lot of teams starting to make their way in, and a lot of players getting finished and eliminated.
Oh man, here we go. Knights, though, they still are not aware of the surrounding. Makes quite a lot of sense because there's not a lot of teams available around them. They're right on the edge of the zone too. So Knights, they will need to try and be a little proactive. XSET 2 right on the top, but I'm going to hold on to my word because now it's Execute who are falling down. 2 players taking care of the Panthers. They find an opening, and now they're looking to pounce onto them. But unfortunately, it's the man from Panther who's going to be taken down in return. And the Panthers, somewhere down line, even though having an advantage in this fight, things are now looking quite shaky. Fate is trying his best to hold on to this fort, and he's trying to fight back. He's taken down low, he's gonna patch himself back up, but Poppy with this nade might just close things.
Gets Fate down to 1 HP. That is a good grenade. Firing through the door, the pre-fire. Fate at 1 HP, 1v3 situation. He will not last long. Execute, that's a fight they needed to win. Take a look at that. They go out in 13th place. We still have 12 teams up. Just a second longer, maybe a minute longer, and we're gonna see. We're gonna be down to at least, at most, I feel like, like maybe 8 teams. Look at the mini map on the top right of your screen. So many teams not in the zone, trying to make and shift their way in. The Knights are gonna take that fight with XSET. This is a very tricky fight up on the mountainside. XSET technically have the advantage, but are they gonna be prepared for the wrecking ball that is the Knights?
Oh man, look at that. Not a lot of teams are inside the zone too, Zoo. All the teams pretty much are just on the edge. XSET, as you said, they have a really good positioning with the high ground too to work with. BTOWN right in the front. Things are looking quite shaky for them too. Knights, oh no, that's the first man taken care of. Chico falls down. Not a good news for a team like Knights, and now it's going to be the nade parade from the side of XSET. They realize there's a team on the right. And Knights now, there's going to be so much trouble to take care of. Nade's coming in from the side of XSET. XSET, they're just going to rain down death and destruction, while Coops as well trying his best to rain down bullets on the boring protocol. Takes down 2 players all by his lonesome. And XSET, they're looking to steal these kills. Kill switch is playing dirty.
All the teams on top of this mountaintop taking peeks over the ridge. They're all just getting shot by HQA, though. This is a 4-way engagement, pretty much. Boring protocol just at the very depths of it, not being able to fight back at all. But you see in that elimination feed, HQA, some of their members do get taken down by the XSET side. XSET making a huge comeback from game number 1. 6 eliminations to their names already, and also with a very good position in the zone. The circle has shifted further to the left, It is going to be a western side finish out in the wide open on the crossroads.
Such a methodical approach from XSET. They're looking so good. It seems like whatever they're doing, it's just up to perfection. The positioning they had in the game right now, they were able to rack up so many kills. Boring protocols and Knights. The fight continues, and Knights fall down this time. Even though with the lower ground, boring protocol, they still strike back strong. XSET now having the high ground, kill switch all by himself. He's gonna lob in this nade, hoping that maybe this nade will catch someone. But oh no, boring protocol. The wall of death is moving in from the back. They have no other choice. They've only to try and make it inside the zone, and Kill Switch racks up those free kills for himself. XSET, they're looking absolutely phenomenal in this game. And take a look at this. Pollock has already made his way inside the zone from XSET.
Yes, securing down a position in the zone while everyone else farms the elimination points. Very well done by the XSET team. And Kill Switch, well, the Kill Switch is definitely on. Picking up almost like 4 eliminations already. And TC, ooh, that grenade though by Mezexis onto the Panthers. Freddy will go down. TC still alive on the western side of the circle. This is a better game for them, but they're down to only 1 player. XSET, the only team with 4, looking like they could close out this game. But just as I say that, Inactive goes active and takes down a member of XSET.
Oh no. Now that's just playing dirty. Inactive right there, trying to spoil XSET's game, but they still have 3 players alive. It's still winnable. BTOWN right on the left side, XSET. We'll need to try and worry about that. Inactive right here, having a perfect cover for himself. There's no way he's going to be surrounded by any of their teams because the shack he has, the surroundings are out in the open, so it's going to be really hard to approach that shack. On the other hand, Team Panthers, or the Panthers, Poppy Prone's out in the open. The only cover he has is that tree. And oh, Jimmy, he's going to move out. He's no other option. Prone's out in the open, will be taken care of.
Jimmy, that tree just was barely not in the zone, so he did have to go out. Jimmy goes down. Jimmy with the shimmies, but not enough shimmies as he was not able to dodge those bullets. Now we're down to 5 teams. We got a 3-man of XSET, 2 out of TP, 2 out of BTOWN, HQA. I think HQA might just be medding in the blue zone. We see their name highlighted in the blue. Oh, there he is, Suppig, laying low, laying quiet, and of course Inactive. He's got that shack. How long can he survive in that shack, though? Because XSET's getting closer and closer, and one well-placed nade will be the death of Inactive.
Can be. But again, it has to be really precise to make it through that little gap. And Inactive realizes the exact fact. For now, nothing really much to worry about. Is this nade going to be connecting? The chances are pretty highly unlikely, but no, it does. Poppy, oh, the perfection from this man. Poppy just makes it to perfection. That nade right there will take down Inactive. The big man taken down who had the stellar positioning inside the zone, and now the positioning has been gifted over to XSET.
Pappy looking on fire right now. Not only did he get that nade, he got the elimination onto another team right afterwards, but XSET will take advantage of that shack being opened up. Like you said, XSET's got the positional advantage now over the Panthers. We're down to 3 teams. The Panthers down to just Pappy now, and that's BTOWN taken out. It's a 3v1 situation. Can Pappy pull out the clutch? 1v3. He's got the rock for cover, but XSET's coming in from all angles, from the left, from the right, with the grenades raining down at the same time. Every single shot from the Pappy's got to hit. He can't take any more peeks. He can't miss any more shots. Every single time peeks out. The XSET team is getting closer and closer, and I think he's just medding in the blue at this point. Yeah, he's going to try and give up his life to the blue zone, but XSET, they'll take him out, and that's a huge game win for the side of XSET, the champions of last PMPL North America. They're showing their back. They're here to play. It's not only the Nova show. XSET coming in big.
Yeah, they played it to perfection, man. I don't know what to say. The way they were just making the rotations inside the zone, the proactive nature all the time. They just had overall just a better positioning in the zones. Nothing really much can be said there.
Yeah, they took the high ground. They took more of a central location, and you saw them farm the eliminations. Not just the placement points, but the eliminations as well. And take a look at this. This is the round report. Jason with the most nade elims. We saw that back-to-back nades. Jimmy the Traveler. Polo G out of XSET, 5 eliminations. But actually, Freddy from the Panthers, if I'm not mistaken, had the highest damage, and J7, the long-range beats. 265 millimeter, that would be very small. 265 meter knock and confirm. Good job by J7.
Exactly. I mean, they did absolute perfection, but hey, guess what, Zoo? That's going to be it for the second game. We're going to be pushing to a short break.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
And we are back after game number 2. Oi, Poppy trying to hold it down against XSET, not able to do so, but I'm happy to finally see. I know it's only 2 games deep, but XSET coming back. I know there's a lot of chatter about this team, and they're looking for that trophy here again, 7.
They definitely are. I mean, this was a team that absolutely disappointed us in PMGC, considering that they were the champions out of North America. I am glad to see some players start performing. I'm hoping that it's gonna be a continuous performance out of this players. Don't worry, I'll talk more about them here in a bit. With this, nice being able to move up on that leaderboard, being able to secure some extra elims, being able to secure some placement points as well, even though it was just 1. But overall, Glitter, I mean, a great Miramar match, and another surprise, Nova Esports only ended up with 2 points. Maybe that curse still lives.
That's you know what, I do remember that being a thing, and it might still be a thing. I also want to give a shout out to Boring Protocol. They got only 2 placement points, but were able to get 9 elims, so that they were on that first page overall of points, and that's huge for Boring Protocol when we compare that to their performance from last time.
It really is. And we go to the top damage here, Glitter. The Panthers actually being able to out-damage the winners there with 2,500 damage. By the way, this is really high damage from some of these teams. These teams are not messing around at the start of this season. 10 elims from the Panthers. Then you see XSET right there with the 2,200 damage overall, Glitter. Boring Protocol, you mentioned it. 9 elims. That conversion is great.
It's huge. That's absolutely huge. And we're seeing incredible performances out of some of these teams that are feeling like they're bouncing back from last season. I mean, HQA up here again, over 1K damage for 4 elims. I mean, it's just, we're getting a lot more variety, honestly, than I thought we would initially, Dave.
Yes, yes. The Panthers, they were holding down that cliff for a good amount of time, and then we saw XSET with a nice 2-2 split. And here's the damage that they were able to acquire here, 7.
Definitely. Polo G, this is a player that I've been wondering where he's been for a long time. I'm glad to see him here in the second match of the first day. That's impressive to me. 5 elims for himself. And then Poppy as well. This was a player that we were able to highlight. I think we were able to interview him last time too when I played translator there for a little bit. So it's great to see him to be able to perform there with the Panthers.
Highlights, baby.
You know, this is probably going to give us a little bit of insight, at least, of what happened to Nova, as we see Koi was able to at least start off with that early kill into Mezexis that we did see at the very beginning, but the tides quickly turned against Nova, and you see some of those kills coming out from Puppy here. And you were right, we did have a really awesome interview with him last time, 7, and he was awesome to talk to him.
Yeah, and I think in the last season when we did interview him, I remember he didn't really have that much time with the team that he was playing with. I'm actually wondering, I will end up finding out how much time he has had with the Panthers to be able to practice and do all that kind of stuff, because I know sometimes he can also play the role of the IGL. So it'll be interesting. With XSET though, their positioning, the way they were able to get on the high ground, Glitter, I mean, we saw them being able to shoot out Boring Protocol. We saw them just picking apart their players as well, of Knights, pushing them with nades, pushing them with Molotovs as well. Overall, perfect placement by XSET, and they got super lucky with those zones that they didn't have to jump off those high grounds.
Yeah, and you saw, even though we're going through the highlights of other teams right here, you could see those XSET names popping up in the feed, getting those knocks, getting those elims, having a very, very strong performance. And when we were watching them towards the end of the game, their positioning, just, I mean, we were waiting to see if they were going to have to get pushed off of that high ground, if they were going to be able to maintain it, and their positioning, it was just superior towards the end. Like, there was no way to move them out of that spot, and there was no way to avoid them. I mean, we saw when the team started having to push in and avoid the blue, they were straight in the sights of XSET. So, I mean, how could you even try to win unless you were already on the low ground, like Poppy was, where the Panthers were, and able to at least use some of that, the rocks for cover down below? There was no other really safe place for you.
Yeah, we see the view right there from XSET. I mean, Killswitch being able to just pick apart the boring protocol players, and when we saw them being able to take apart or at least put some pressure on the BTOWN Esports. And I want to give a shout out here to BTOWN Esports, because even though they didn't really secure that many elims, I mean, they secured 3, they were able to secure at least 9 placement points. So that's huge there for BTOWN Esports. And going back to XSET, Glitter, Polo. You know what, Polo? Yes. I'm actually gonna give you some credit here. You were a great player. You were maybe one of the best players, if not for XSET last season. The only problem that this player had is just that he would pretty much get hot and then he would get super cold. It wasn't anything in the middle. 1 week he would get really, really hot, get a lot of elims, be able to help out his team. And then in the other week, he just wasn't able to perform. He wasn't able to show those kind of performances. So it's good to see him here being able to perform this early on. And I'm hoping that the team has figured out a way to hopefully put some support there on Polo and allow some of the stuff that we saw in the previous with Knights, being able to put some support for Coops, allowing him to free roam a little bit more, allowing him to play his game and show one of their main fraggers even more support. And Killswitch, this is huge as well, because Killswitch was able to steal some of those elims, Glitter, from Knights. We saw Coops being able to knock down some of the boring protocol players. Guess what? Killswitch was like, yeah, I'll take that from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what an interesting kind of angle that we saw right there in those highlights. We had XSET at the top, right in that middle level. We had the Knights, and then we had boring protocol just getting shot by 2 different squads trying to take those elim points from them. But the concern that I had was XSET and their ability to make it off that hill. When we saw them in that mid-game, it was a strong position, but those zones didn't favor them. And the fact that they were able to safely do that, this is XSET that we kind of saw last season towards the beginning of the season. And to add to your point, I think it's the whole team, Seven. They're either hot or cold, never right in the middle at that perfect temperature. Hopefully this season we can see XSET just cruise all season long and really dominate like a lot of us expect them to do here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I personally think I had to call out there Polo, because that was the one that was the consistency for what he was able to provide to the team in regards to points just wasn't there. And hopefully he's been able to work on that. Hopefully the team has been able to work on that, and we can see performances like what we just saw in that last Miramar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And what's the halftime game again? Isn't it Sanhok? The halftime Sanhok might be coming up here very shortly. So that's going to be a pretty interesting map. Just throw that in the middle after such a slow game number 2. It was so slow in the early game.
It really was, Glitter, right? I mean, even BTOWN, they don't really have to do much. I mentioned it. They only ended up with 3 elims. They were able to be patient. They were able to play their game, and it ended up working out for them. But XSET, I mean, you can see it here perfectly on this flyover. By the way, thank you, production. I love this right here. The positioning, the angles they were able to get, they were just on another level.
Yeah, and you can see one of the other things that I do want to point out, though, is that we've got HQA up here in a top 4 situation for themselves once again, and we're actually seeing now for these 2 games some pretty decent consistency out of HQA. And the reason why I want to call them out is because I think there's somebody that we kind of saw also have that yo-yo effect, and they'd have some strong performances, but then they'd fall off pretty hard and they weren't able to maintain that. I feel like we're seeing a lot of teams have worked on some of those kinks. I mean, like you're saying, BTOWN looks a lot stronger. It feels like XSET's getting back into form. When we just saw their player stats, the damage, I mean, everything was so even. Yes, Polo once again standing out for that squad, but the fact that everybody was putting in that much work and that much heavy lifting is going to be huge for the defending champs.
Yeah, and we keep talking hot and cold. I have to say that last game kind of cold for Nova, at least comparing them to game number 1, right? Game number 1, what, they had like 17 elim points, so we'll have to see what they can do here. I'm not exactly sure which groups are coming up next, but here's the overall so far, 7.
Wow, that's actually okay, Exit. I like this. This is what I was hoping to see out of you guys. 37 points to start off with, and Nova, even though they had that bad performance in the second match, Glitter, I mean, with the performance that they had in that first match, I would have been surprised if we didn't see them at least on the top 3.
Yeah, I mean they're in a with a decent lead. I mean nothing that's not it's not an insurmountable lead, but they've already put themselves in a tier of their own with XSET, which is a very, very great way to start off at least your first week of league play, right? And then looking on down the list, other things that jump out at me, HQA, like I was just saying, they've got 10 elim points. Same with Boring Protocol. We're seeing lots of aggression out of those teams, even if they're not getting the placement points, which is really good because if they're utilizing those points that we were talking about at the beginning of the game, though, the 1 point per elim, if they're not able to get those placement points, that aggression is so much more important for those teams in order to keep themselves in any sort of a viable position to make it through to the Super Weekend. Because don't forget, chat, that's right now during the league play portion, that is the goal. You need to be in the top 16 that make it through to the Super Weekend.
WallStreetBets, you mentioned taking advantage of that elim points. Right now, WallStreetBets is one of those teams that hasn't been able to take advantage of that alongside with HTV Esports. They currently have 0 elims. I want to see Baba OP. I want to see those players that were able to perform really well at the end of the last season. They went until the last, I think it was weekend, Super Weekend, to perform well. I'm hoping that team learned their lesson. I'm hoping that's not going to be happening here today, and it just maybe a slow start here.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking for Baba OP. I'm not sure if they played yet. I did see their name on the roster for WallStreetBets, and we know last season the conductor of the WallStreetBets hype train, right here, all right, Baba OP, Baba OP, where you at? I'm looking forward to seeing you kind of show up and pull up out here. And going back to that game, so passive in the early game. I want to go to you here, 7, on this because you've been watching the scene for a couple of years now. Why is it so slow early game? Is it a day 1 thing? Teams are a little scared, or a Miramar thing? What's your opinion on this?
It has to be a day 1 thing, right? I'm thinking here, and the reason why I'm thinking that is because last year during Miramar, it was one of the craziest things. We were seeing teams fight over and over again. So it could be teams filling out each other. It could be teams being a little bit more patient. I think things will change as we progress and as these teams get more confident.
All right. Thanks for that one, 7. I always love picking your brain. And talk about picking the brains. Let's bring them back. The casters, the dynamic duo. We had the opportunity to listen to them for 2 matches. About to make it 3. Bring them in. If I'm not mistaken, we're heading to Sanhok, baby. Sanhok. See ya.
Yeah, we're on to Sanhok. So everything that we saw from game number 1, game number 2, you talk about that momentum, that, all that stuff, throw it out the window, Necro. Because Sanhok, well, it's a completely different beast. I'm curious to see, Necro, do you think any teams will hot drop on each other?
Well, it's really hard to say. I mean, look, always Paradise Resort has to be one of those areas that is highly contested, but I want to see how things are going to be looking like this time around. But I was taking a look at the overall rankings, Zoo, and my eyes went on Knights, and they're on the 14th place. Now, this is something that I don't expect, but it's okay. It's just, the first 2 games out the way. But hey, I feel like Sanhok has to be the game where Knights strike back. What do you think?
The Knights, I do think they land in that Painon area. Very good starting position. And when it comes to Sanhok, you got to make sure the spot you drop at is a good position. I think out of the whole many years I've been watching competitive, the 3 locations for the teams that have the highest amount of point average over the course of like hundreds of Sanhok games are teams that drop Paradise, Bootcamp, or Painon. So with that being said, want to see which teams are going for a hot drop in one of those 3 locations, and we do see 2 teams right in the smack dab of Bootcamp. Let's go, Necro. This is what I want to see, the Bootcamp hot drop. Let's see who comes out on top.
Exactly, but look at these circles today, Zoo. I mean,
oh yeah, that too.
A top left, and then now this one too, top left. It's going to be a tough time for all these teams who want to make sure they're getting their spot secured on the top left island right there. And we already do see a couple of gunshots on the boot camp. Okay. There are a couple of teams right next to them too. The Hitlist, for example, right on the outskirts. But for now, we need to focus on XSET and Boring Protocol. As XSET, one man has been taken down quite low. Jay, he needs to be a little cautious because one bullet can seal the deal on that man.
Oh, Polo G, he's got that grenade in hand. I think they know exactly where Acer is. Acer laying low, laying quiet. Boring Protocol down to 2. XSET with 4 up. Hey, I said momentum, throw that out the window. But if you're coming in hot from a chicken dinner and you got a hot drop along the way, keep that oven turned up, keep that oven baking, because right now it looks like Boring Protocol is going to get baked by the XSET team. There we go, pushing in all together. Acer goes down. Carnage gets a trade. Carnage gets 2. 1v2. Can he finish this out? No, J7. Oh, Carnage actually got 3. It came down to J7, and J7 clutches up. That's 4 eliminations, and that is 0 points for Boring Protocol.
Oh my god, XSET. They're already on the top of the game, and now it's Execute who are getting challenged by Lazarus. It's going to be a little problem right here. Already one player's been taken out, so Execute, they have a little advantage in this one. It's 3-on-4 for now. Joey taken off the feet. And now Lazarus, they're going to be having a lot of problems just because now it's a 1-on-4. Execute. Somewhere down line, the confidence too is going to be all-time high for them. Fate with only 14 bullets in the magazine of his ump. He's going to make sure to reload now. But still, I like how Fate is playing here. He's being mobile.
Yeah, Execute's trying to get the angles, but it's a 4v2 at the end of the day. The other 2 members of Execute doing a huge split. They're far, far in the southwest of that island, all the way towards Camp Alpha. Not sure what happened off drop, but if this was a practice split, or they had the info thinking this area would be open. Obviously not, as Lazarus still looking very strong, getting 2 eliminations for themselves. And also 19 Esports took a hot drop fight too, all the way in Camp Bravo on the far, far eastern side of the map against HTV. So you see on the bottom right, both Boring Protocol and HTV eliminated. 19 Esports and XSET with 4 elimination points. And this is Sanhok, man. Not even the second circle has opened up, and we're already 2 teams down. And here's that recap of the fight. 19 Esports just handling, manhandling right there. HTV. I don't think HTV got a single knock back, it seems.
No, they didn't. It was a flawless squad wipe right there. But yeah, this is what you expect from a map like Sanhok, right? Early eliminations, early squad wipes, and well, already HTV and BOP taking out the game, and the kills feed is still dancing. It seems like XSET now, it's going to be Polo G who's been taken out here. Still the rest of the 2 players, there's a huge separation from the team in the front. But Knights, it seems like they're going to be charging on Hitlist. Goldblade taken down low, as the one man has already been taken down too. Hitlist, they're looking really hurt, as the final man is just going to be dipping it out. He doesn't want to fight it anymore against the Knights. Xenox is going to be looking to confirm the kill, and that's what he exactly does. Goldblade trying his best to strike back, but he's going to be shut down too.
The Knights looking like a bulldozer right now, bulldozing their way through the hit list. Not a single player of the Knights knocked. You see they took some damage, but that did not stop them. The team's energy, the crossfire sections, hit list down to 1, forced to run away. And look at the way Knights are moving. They're hunting. They're looking for that last player, but the last player has already turned tailed and have started running away. Now, I do see a potential fight too, right here on the boot camp side. Mezexis rotating ahead of the XSET team, maybe taking advantage of the fight. Oh yeah, XSET did lose a player. Definitely probably lost that player to Mezexis.
3 players for XSET, as you mentioned, and the hit list. Unfortunately, now they're just down to 1 last man alive. Execute 2, a questionable split coming from their side, as we did see the first 2 men taken out, as it was Lazarus who handicapped Execute big time. A lot of early engagement, Zoo. And now I feel like this is the time where things are going to be starting to settle down a little.
Just a little bit. You see another, I believe, player going down right there. XSET. Yeah, they have to make their way across. So Mezexis is taking advantage of the fact that Execute had to fight for boot camp. So Mezexis would rotate ahead, and they definitely laid down some sort of trap as they picked up a member of XSET along the way. Now, I know this is the only Sanhok match for today, and we do have alternating groups too. So we might see another, you know, pair of teams dropping and fighting for different locations. But if you're having to fight for boot camp or any location over and over, with the map being so small, right, teams around the area can take advantage of that. And that's what we saw Mezexis did. They took advantage of the fact that XSET couldn't rotate quick, and they had to take some more time to loot, to revive their players and finish the fight. And Mezexis just went on ahead of them. And if anything, Mezexis has a better start than the team that dropped in boot camp then.
The goal here pretty much is to make it on the top left island. And I personally do not like the split again between Execute, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now because it's Lazarus who get another kill on their board. And it's K19 who straight up walk into their sights. K19 again making huge mistakes, and Lazarus, they're just being gifted away with these kills. K19 with no other choice left, they will need to try and reposition.
Lazarus, I mentioned they're the hungriest, one of the hungriest teams here. All four players have a lot to prove. All experienced too, but I don't believe any of these players has made it yet to one of the bigger stages of the tournament. So that's what they're all fighting together for. And it's like, it's a bunch of young bloods, honestly. I remember when Joey first came on the scene. I remember when Issa Jack came on the scene he used to play for the Hitlist, if I'm not mistaken. So all four of those players just really driven. And it's good to see that they're starting off strong and that they found a decent home in the form and shape of Lazarus.
Look at Vamp. Spots out the man in the front. It's 4 pros. There we go. They're going to be finding a safe rotation out from that. So Vamp as well, they're going to let him slip by for now. Still, though, as we do know, there are a couple of teams on the southern side who haven't really made it inside the zone yet. They're also taking a lot of damage from the blue zone, which maybe can be one of those strats. And here we go. Look at BTOWN all the way from the right, taking the safest rotation possible, Zoo. Makes a lot of sense. They just don't want to have some early engagements.
They are planning to do that med strategy. That is a thing on Sanhok. I mean, especially given the circle with the way it is. That northwestern island, so difficult to rotate into if you're a team starting further down on the south or the east. So you just default to a plan B, and that plan B would be the med strat. We've seen really top tier PMGC teams pull it off and have a really great placement. Team like Nigma Galaxy, I do believe every Sanhok match that they played, when the circle didn't favor them, they just went for that med strat and almost guaranteed themselves a 2nd or 3rd place finish with placement points. So a lot of teams seeing that, you know, definitely learning and adapting from some of the global teams that competed in the PMGC.
Med strat, yeah. How can you forget that? Pretty much can be some free placement points. But yeah, WallStreetBets here on the bridge, kind of open there. They're also quite vulnerable. They're exposed. A lot of bullets being rained down, and Ross always looking to connect the skull, but just not yet. WallStreetBets, dude, playing things really safe. They're just not straight up peeking out in their crosshairs. Bridge position can be a little too open, and that's what they exactly realize. So they're going to take their sweet little time to try and think this out, because K19, they do know Lazarus is right in the front too, so they do not want to cross over on either side. But no, nice shots coming through from WallStreetBets, and now they're turning the tables against K19. Another good spray coming through. What's going on? These players are just beaming them out.
The aim is on point for WallStreetBets, and I love what they're doing here. They're going to take the fact that they knocked one and they almost got another knock, meaning that player has to take at least around 8 seconds to get a first aid off. They're going to take that time to disengage and prioritize the rotations, as on the southwestern side of the island, 4 bros running into Dope Esports, LLC. Dope Esports, they did lose a player already, but they keep 3 up. Casper barely winning that engagement, down to a sliver of HP, as 19 Esports, they're rotating in from Camp Bravo, and I bet they're surprised that XSET is still here, and a very nice Kobe, but I don't think that's enough for the XSET team. 19 Esports, they have the numbers. XSET just down to J7. Can he clutch it once again? No, he cannot, and that is XSET taken out. And you might question, why is XSET still here in boot camp? They had such a good position to rotate on in, but that's exactly what happens when you get caught fighting another team, and a team like Mezexis takes advantage of that, kind of just kept XSET from rotating in the entire time. And it works out for 19 Esports. They finish out the rest of the XSET team. 7 elimination points now for 19 Esports.
19 Esports, yeah, they're looking really promising in the game of Sanhok here. 4 bros too, as you can see in the replay. This is how things really went down there against Dope Esports. Casper, though, a nice drop shot from his side to take him down. But yeah, 19 Esports overall, this team's been looking solid in the game of Sanhok. And as you said, Mezexis did a really great job making sure they're holding XSET off at bay, because they did hear a lot of gunshots going through in the boot camp, so they knew there was a team right there that can be at least a couple of free kills, but they were only able to get away with 1 kill. But as long as they have a good positioning inside the zone, that's what all that matters. This next zone's going to be deciding a lot of teams' fate. Imagine if the zone just moves away. There we go. 19 Esports now. They're in such an uncomfortable spot, Zoo.
They have to make that cross. Hopefully for them, Mezexis shifts a little bit more towards the center and gives some leeway for 19 Esports to rotate in. But at the very center of the map, Team Execute. I used to play for Team Execute, and we would hold a very lasty split on top of that mountaintop, but it required 4 players. Holding that same split with 2 is definitely not as effective, as we see the Lazarus team. They're the team that took down the XSET side, so they know if XSET's playing up here, they're extremely weak, and Lazarus rotated straight into the top of the hill with vehicles, and they're definitely taking advantage of the info that they gained from earlier.
Yeah, Execute. Oh, things are looking not that great. I personally do not like that split from their side. That 1-1 split, especially knowing when you only have 2 players alive. One of the players gets taken out. That means it's just going to be all eyes on that final man alive. K19 Esports too, having 3 players alive. And 19 Esports, as I said, they're looking really promising in this one. Knights
Gotta make it onto land, though.
Yep.
Yeah, can they make it onto land? They have 4 players. Looking promising start. But if they can't make it to the land and Mezexis continues to gatekeep them out, yeah, this is good. They have a way to fight in now.
And look at this. They're making sure they're not giving away any sound, because they've already heard Mezexis. They exactly know what's going on. 19 Esports. They're charging in forward. They're marching in. They know there is someone here right on the edge. And there we go. With those gunshots, also the position revealed now. Vector is in his hands. Taw's in the close. 33 bullets in the magazine. Rod, if this nade connects, this is going to be quite huge. But it's the cover fire from the back lines who's going to be fighting the opening against 19 Esports. And that's a big one, too. The 2 players in the front, now they can try and aggress in forward.
Very good shots by Peralta from the backside. But is the counter through still?
Mezexis still. Look at that. Nades from both the sides. Not a lot of damage being dealt just yet. 19 Esports, as the fallen man has been taken back upon his feet. There we go. Mezexis still. The 2-2 split is really working out well. Trying to escape out from that spot, but 19 Esports is just not letting that happen. There we go. Finally, do you hear the buggy moving in? Now they're trying to take a couple of shots, but no. Mezexis, the cover fires to perfection. 19 Esports, they're not going to get anything out of that.
That's fine for 19 Esports, though. They make some more ground. They make some more control of the zone just as the circle is about to shift. If they get kept out right there, you can see they would have been covered in the blue. I almost wish Mezexis kind of held that a little bit longer, but actually, with the way that circle is, they have to run all the way over in the open. And what is Mezexis doing? That's a huge opportunity for them that they're missing out on. 19 Esports ran in the wide open for at least a couple of seconds, and now they're cresting up onto another hillside. But Mezexis still have the advantage, so still putting the shots in, and this may be the end of 19 Esports.
This could have been a little questionable, but it's okay. As long as they get the squad wipe, that's all that matters. As you said, they should have played a little aggressive on those angles, but Mezexis instead opted to play a little safe. Whatever works for you guys. But yeah, 11 teams live, 36 players in total, and Vamp 2 in the front. Look at that. It's a split coming through from Vamp. It's a 2-2 split, Zoo. The other two players are in the zone, taking a lot of damage. And then the rest two players in the front, they've already booked a slot in the zone for the other two. So Vamp, they're going to be finding themselves a safe rotation.
The zone did shift down to the southwest, but it still keeps that high mountaintop in play. And Lazarus is actually going to be the team that controls that mountaintop. So they got a lot of options and a lot of potential for elimination points, as one of the Vamp players did get taken down by Fishy there. Now Fishy, though, he's on top of the high ground, but wide exposed. He's got to do some jukes and maneuvers to get down, but great cover fire from the rest of his team as it suppresses Mayo, and Mayo's got to go for a bit of some heals before taking some more shots.
Oh man, this circle is making me anxious. As you said, Lazarus, they do have the hilltop for themselves. And how is Team Execute still alive? Even though there was a huge split between those two players, they've still managed to kind of get back together. Vamp, W1D1 Esports in the front, Casper trying to hold him off. At least trying to find a little bit of connections. Oh, that could have been a little headshot right there, but no, not just yet. Nothing really found. Vamp pretty much just trying to suppress the enemy. There's one man caught out in the open, W1D1 Esports. They're trying their best to give the cover fire, making sure the man out in the open is getting back into safety. And what a find from Casper.
That's another good knock by Casper. But neither team is really going to be able to push. They got a huge open ground territory to control or to cross. So if anything, they're just trying to weaken the armor, because on the next zone shift, when the zone shifts away from both of these teams, they're going to have to do the same thing. But they're going to have to leave the confines of their compound and fight their way in, and at least they're damaging the armor and making that next fight potentially easier as the next circle comes up. And both teams really close to that circle, but I do think they got to move just a little bit on the way in.
In the open, oh, look at Russell. He's making the run for his life. Has no other choice. Executes compound. Now it seems like it's going to get compromised because K19, they have no other choice. It's a do or die for them. Either try and fight this compound or just die fighting. On the other hand, we also do see Knights shining up. It's Coops getting the kills for himself and Execute. Unfortunately, they're getting third-partied by BTOWN right in the front. And Execute in such an uncomfortable spot. K19, they're hungry for these kills. They're looking to take down the final man. They've sniffed him out, and now all they want to do is just devour him. But no, it's the final man just replying back in style. But finally, he's being shut down too.
K19 looking pretty good here. They clear out one team, but they still got a ways to go to get into the next zone. You see the zone's right next to them, but there's absolutely no cover. And BTOWN making their play now. BTOWN's got that ridge to work with at least, so that's going to be trouble for K19. As Lazarus, we finally see them really springing into shape, taking control of this high ground, that four-man split, getting a lot of elimination points, and they basically have eyes over the entirety of the next zone.
They do. And talk about the mid-stress, there are a lot of teams actually doing the same thing. But look at the circle. It's just a splash of colors. 10 teams alive, Sue, with 21 players in total. Lazarus pretty much keeping this high ground for themselves. Right on the edge. All four players, they're not inside the next zone. Or actually, the next zone is pretty much no man's land. None of the teams have yet to make their mark in the next zone, other than Knights, I think. So they have with two players who are barely on the edge of the zone. Knights, too, with the high ground looking really good. Lazarus are the only one who can inflict a lot of pain if they get any sight lines on the Knights.
And Knights are using this mountaintop ridge though. And you see those rocks, it does provide cover from the ground, higher ground of Lazarus. You see Isajat taking some shots, but no clean angles. So both teams will probably, we probably might see a 4v4 at the very end of this Sanhok match between the Knights and Lazarus. So they're gonna have a little bit of a showdown. Meanwhile though, Valak picking up 2 elimination points right there, doing what he can. This is pretty much when you pretty much gotta admit you're gonna be finished out, and Lazarus does finish out that player. Still a few teams left, most of them metting off into the blue. Everyone else either getting picked apart by Lazarus or getting picked apart by the Knights.
Both these teams having the high ground. They're pretty much the king of the hills right now. But to find out who's going to be the last team standing, that's going to be questionable one, because as you said, there's quite a lot of teams who are just going for the Met strats, including Vamp too. 4 bros as well in their compounds right next to them. Oh, this is getting really interesting. Look at the next circle shift, kind of favoring Lazarus right there. But for that to actually get the zone control, they will have to give up their high ground. And as they do, this is where Knights are going to be finding the opportunity.
Zone does favor more of on the Lazarus side. And as the circle closes though, Lazarus might have to move in first. So Lazarus is already in zone, so they've already set up position. And the Knights only have 1 vehicle to work with, so only Xenox can make that fast rotation in, and he gets caught down to 1 HP. Lazarus got to take advantage of this. Do not let Xenox establish a foothold here. And he gets the med off, but quickly dropped by the AK-47. And now it's a 4v3 situation. We still have some teams left, 4 bros and Vamp doing that med strat. We see Leon with 6 first aid kits left. But 4v3 situation, who's coming out on top? Knights at the huge disadvantage.
Yep. The man advantage now heavily favoring Lazarus right there. Vamp pretty much, there's just a gone case. Yeah, right.
Oh!
He knows it's pretty much a done case for him. And Lazarus on their hand, a nice find through the nade. Right there, and Lazarus, it seems like now the vision's clear. Lazarus are probably going to be the one to win this game, and that's what probably happens. Yep, it does. Knights taking out the game by Lazarus, and now it's only 4 bros who have secured themselves the 2nd spot. And hey, there you go, the Met strat Zoo. The most effective strat in the map of Sanhok. And hey, did he just get the kill? No, okay. I thought he was actually able to get the Imagine.
Yeah, no, that would have been a wild, crazy kill from that distance. But it is indeed the Lazarus team. I believe their hashtag is Bleed Pink. Well, they definitely made a lot of teams bleed pink as Lazarus getting that chicken and a really good amount of eliminations. What better way to start off the PMPL North Americas, right? You have the big team of Nova showing they still got what it's got. You have the team of XSET, the previous champions, and now Lazarus. This is an experienced team. Definitely not one of the teams, you know, most people would put towards the top. But they are, like I said, one of the hungriest, if not hungriest, teams we have competing in this PMPL. And for them to follow it up from the Gigantics of Nova and XSET with their own chicken dinner, Necro, I'm absolutely already loving the way North America is shaping up to be.
Exactly. I mean, Lazarus, they had a perfect positioning too in the end. The high ground worked out to perfection. Knights, unfortunately, that push coming in from Xenox, he tried to secure a spot for his team, but I feel like that was a little too aggressive from his side. Maybe he should have taken things a little slow. But hey, Zoo, that's going to be it for the 3rd game, because after the break, it's going to be the analyst desk coming in to break things down.
But I've been in the field like Suge Knight, and they know this took time. This what a legacy look like.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
What up? We are back for Bros Healing for that 2nd place. Hey, you gotta shout out the heal strat. We've been looking at this strategy for a couple seasons now, so shout out to the 4 bros. But who won? Lazarus won. Shout out to them. Here it is, 7.
Definitely. I mean, Lazarus, 13 Ilums. Okay. We see you, and this is not, we'll talk about them more here. 28 points total. Knights as well, Glitter. I've been on that Knights hype train. I'm happy to see them here being able to secure that 3rd place with the 17 points. Overall, Knights is it's starting to fall in place, and I'm liking it, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, there were going to be some bumps in the road, right? I think at the beginning of these seasons, there's always bumps in the road for a lot of these teams. We're still seeing some really solid aggression out of a lot of these squads as well, which I'm liking because they're really utilizing their elim points, which I think is going to be massive if that's something they can continue throughout the rest of the season as well. We saw a little bit still of a fall off after that massive performance out of Nova, but as we take a look at the top damage here, I mean, Lazarus is just, now they're giving us a ton of consistency, but we gotta shout out Dope Esports with almost 1,500 damage. That's massive.
We really do. I mean, in regards to the conversion of that damage to Ilums, I would have loved to see more Ilums, but hey, I'll take 5, okay? I'm not gonna be too picky. It is only day 1 in match 3. And then we have 19 Esports that were able to secure themselves 7 Ilums right there. And then we do have Fierce. Wow, I think this might be the most damage, if I'm not mistaken. He's actually been in kindness in regards to damage. Somebody watching on YouTube right now, YouTube chat, rewind it, go back and let me know which one had the most damage. Is it Fierce or is it kindness from the first game? Because 1,400 damage, boy, that's actually some of the most that I've ever seen.
We saw Fierce too in a nice 1v1 up against Xenox, and Xenox was TPP peeking, didn't move a muscle, didn't move because Fierce just slayed him out right there. And to start out the Sanhok, this is what you love to see. Boring protocol. XSET getting into a little skirmish. 19 Esports looking to start the night off. You know, show up finally and try to get some elim points to climb up these leaderboards, 7.
We do, and guess what? Carnage was actually able to mow down 3 people. My boy, I thought those reflexes were going away because of that age, but okay, I see you, Carnage. I like it. Hopefully you'll be able to continue with those kind of reflexes. And then we have Xenox here being able to secure some Ilims and stuff. Overall, I also want to give a shout out to a team that we're currently not seeing on this highlights, and that's going to be WallStreetBets. I mentioned how earlier on those first 2 matches, they were able to secure some Ilim points, but they were able to secure some placement points, but 0 Ilim points in that past match. They were able to secure at least 2 Ilim points. So you got to start somewhere, Glitter, and luckily for them, they were able to at least secure 2 of those points.
Absolutely, but as you say that, you see them in the highlights. They're being the victims of Lazarus' dominance in this past game. However, I mean, it's Sanhok, right? So we were kind of expecting the unexpected because that's what can happen on this map. What I did enjoy seeing is that some of the heavy hitters were in those top positions. The fact that we got to see Lazarus go up against the Knights here is really, really big because now we're getting the consistency out of Lazarus, but we're also getting what we were expecting out of the Knights. And if this type of stuff starts to snowball, then we're going to have a really good season.
What a nade right there from Fierce as well. Fierce was just on fire that whole match from the very beginning. So that's what you love to see when one player is just popping off. Just give them that support, right? Support that one player and give them that room to pop off. But talking about the winners from last game, we got Lazarus here, Glitter.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Lazarus. Obviously, they did just get the chicken dinner, but they also had 2nd place in the first match of the day and just barely lost that out to Nova. They fell off a little bit on Miramar, but point being, if they can start becoming consistent on Erangel, and if they can be consistently this strong on Sanhok 7, then that is going to potentially put them in a top spot because we're going to get more of Sanhok eventually.
Oh, 100%. And it was something that we want to see. You've been mentioning it there over and over again. It's consistency, baby, and I'm going to jump on that train as well. We see Xenox right there. He does have to hold off. He has to heal But man, I feel like using the buggy there at that point might have been not the play. Maybe he was trying to scout. Whatever he was, Joey had to jump off. I love that XSET does stay at the top to give him some extra cover, to be able to kind of showcase that suppressed fire. And then we just had the players starting to move around, starting to find angles, starting to make sure they're able to hold them off. We have seen teams over and over again, Glitter, where they're in the position that they have all the advantage and they just fall apart. Lazarus did not do that. And there's that nade right there, Dave. There's that nade that you were talking about.
And you know what we don't see is 4 bros Leon healing, bandaging. Oh, he's like looking at the kill field like, yeah, keep it coming, getting these placement points. That's why I love Sanhok. Sanhok, you can have those type of plays where you got that solo, just healing to survive. And you know who didn't have to heal here? 7. Look at this, the Knights, baby, showing back up in game number 3.
That's right, and I wanted to see the stats because of this, the variety. Remember, in the first match, it was Scoops the one that was able to put up the most damage. He's still the one being able to put up the most damage, but now he has his teammates also putting up the stats that matter to me, and that's going to be those elimination points. Chico with 3, Xenox with 3, Tensa, don't worry, okay? This is nothing to be worried about. This is kind of giving me flashbacks a little bit of what happened with Xenox when he first joined Knights. He just has to find his place. When he finds his place, I feel like this team is just going to become scarier and scarier. And something that I wanted to mention as well from the previous one, Lazarus, we saw that they ended up with like 3,700 damage so far today. He got 14. One player got 1,400 damage in one match. So that's just wild to me.
Talk about wild. 49 points. Lazarus at the top after that last game here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is a nice little leap up on those leaderboards there for Lazarus, putting themselves now in first place, while XSET is kind of chasing. At least they are able to get some more points on the board. Nova still holding on to that third place, waiting for a repeat performance out of them. But then looking down the list, once again, what I'm looking at out of a lot of these teams is that they are heavy on the elimination point side of things and not on the placement point side of things, with the exception right now of WallStreetBets. I mean, they do have 9 placement points in comparison to those 2 elims, but even all the way down to 19E, this game specifically that we just watched definitely helping them out in these stats, but the elims are becoming what's important, and the only reason I'm keeping such a close eye on that is because I'm hoping that means that we're going to start getting a very aggressive season.
Well, we saw them in third place right there on the overall leaderboards. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Spam it right now in the chat. Nova, I got part 2 interview coming in hot right now.
And then next up is pretty simple. Like, what is like your ultimate goal, right? Throughout this entire thing on a personal side and like as a career player, right? What is your ultimate goal, ultimate ambition? What's Dream Sheep Fan look like?
Well, the most realistic one would be making to PMGC. We nearly made it last year. We like just so close, but you know, like if we could play better in the first split, then we can probably, you know, get into PMGC, but that's fine this year. So first goal would be make it to PMGC and make NA proud.
All right, dude, that's what I'm talking about, dude. We need it. We need it, that's for sure, right? Next up is what kind of preparations, right, did you really go through in this off season before coming here to this upcoming PMPL?
Well, like we play scrims every day, like most of the things are. And not on top of that, like we study like every region, not just NA. We watch like other regions PMPL and trying to, you know, see how the zones go and how those teams adapt to the zone. And yeah, that's basically what we do. Play scrims and do some analysis across all the teams, like all over the globe.
Nice. And just really quick, like off the top of your head, what do you feel is like the biggest difference, like watching, at least from your experience, watching NA versus those other regions?
Well, for example, like if you're like comparing like NA with like Europe region, the biggest difference is like most of the NA teams, they play Sender. Like if there's like a Sender spot they can take, they go straight to it. like if we're comparing it to like other regions, like I know, for example, South America, like they like to play edge, and like playing edge because they are confident with their gun skill. On top of that, they know how to play edge. I think they think like that's what benefit them the most. Yeah, particularly I think that's the two, like the biggest difference, like comparing NA with other regions.
Nice. You plan on bringing some of those outside strategies here into NA this upcoming season?
Yeah, we just the reason why we're watching all the teams playing, because we want to see what kind of strategy other teams will they're showing on the table, and we'll like see if that's something can be added to our strategy. Then we kind of just like mix things up. And also we got some tips from the world champion MV Tencent team, our brother team, right? Like they give us some secrets, so to win the whole thing.
Next up, okay, let's get into the real questions here, right? Last year, in my opinion, was a huge upset for Nova. Man, I was rooting for you guys from start to finish, right? In the PMPL Americas Championships, you ended up in 10th place, right? What happened? Like, what do you feel went wrong?
So one thing is the ping, just because we always have like we at least the two Chinese pro players, right? They are always playing from China, and when it comes to like the PMPL Americas, like the ping was just like unbelievably high. It's always like 300 ms for them. Like compared with like they play NA, they make out like 180, 160. That's acceptable. But once the ping like spikes up to like 300, like it's even harder. Like if you can't even shoot. Like there's always a delay, right? That's one of the reason. And another reason that of course like we made some mistakes and mix all the factors in, and that's like just so close. Like almost made it to PMGC last year.
And so that was an interview with Shifan. Really great person. Been competing alongside him for a while. And I mean, you heard it at the end. This team was playing with some of their players at around 300 ping, and they still made it that far. I mean, I just can't. Like, it's just an understatement of how strong this Nova team actually is, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, they have been looking really strong, but you also need to take another fact under consideration is that in league play, usually not a lot of teams like to reveal their real strats, right? Because I feel like the real ball gets thrown or the real ball gets dropped in the Super Weekend days, because that's what really matters to all these teams. Because if you're going to be in the top 16 in league play, you're pretty much going to be qualifying in for the Super Weekend. And a lot of teams, what they keep in their mind is just try to get up till top 16, okay? As soon as you get top 16, you know you're in the Super Weekend, and in the Super Weekend, that's where all these teams actually start trying hard.
Yeah, I love that you bring that fact up, because from Super Weekend aside, Super Weekend going into the finals and leading on to other stages, that might be one of the reasons why, Nova started struggling later on. Everyone was cheering for them because they were dominating so hard, but the teams really pull out all the stops when the big when the big results are needed to make it to that global championship stage. But we're still a bit further out from that, Necro. We're still only in game number 4 of the very first day of the PMPL North America. And well, it's always better to start off strong than not, so good job for Nova starting off strong. And also Fierce representing the Lazarus team right now with the most amount of eliminations and the highest damage.
Now, I mean, Noah did start out really well. Don't get me wrong. But I also feel like somewhere down the line in that first game, the way they played, it was way too perfect, Zoo. And I feel like in that game right there, they might have just revealed a little bit of strats here and there, They might have just revealed their intentions. And as soon as the Super Weekend starts, I'm pretty sure all these teams they're going to start to take down a lot of notes. And maybe Noah, there's going to be a high chance that they might just be countered by all these teams. And they're going to try to figure out how they rotate inside the zone and stuff like that. And once you get a grip on that, Nova, they're going to have a lot of eyes to try and at least dodge, but which gets next to impossible, especially when you're going to be revealing all your strats in the league days.
Also, I love that you mentioned they played it too perfectly, because the way Nova plays, they are the most comfortable when they could prioritize their rotation very early on and play those bigger splits. Now, that's not to say, you know, oh, they just go center zone, so that's why they do so well. We see a lot of teams get advantage of taking a position more center, and they eventually end up faltering or getting eliminated. So Nova, that is their expertise. They know how to play split from one another. We saw in game number 1, they were very split from one another towards that late game, and they still clutched it out. So they're able to do well when they get those zones where they can play the way they want to. Question is, can they do just as well when they don't get that opportunity? We saw in Miramar, this zone was really far away from Nova, and they really did not manage to put up any points at all in that Miramar game. And then, of course, on Sanhok, they didn't play that one. So we're back onto Erangel. We'll get a better idea of how this Nova team plays. And I know Menace is just getting... Yeah, Menace was just really getting the shots laid into him by Sunny Pig. I didn't want to say anything because I was hoping, like, you know, eventually he'd be able to make it out. But, yeah, he goes down. But, whoa, we do see one of the players from Dope with the vehicle. I think he might just drive all the way out there to get that revive, potentially.
Oh,
and, no way.
Yep, this is what he was waiting for, but a huge whiff from HQA, no. How is he alive? This should not be the case right now. Flash should be dead right here. How?
Because he's
Tell
the
me.
Flash. He's the Flash.
Ooh.
He just he flashed across. No, but honestly, I'm sorry, Chi-Wing whiffed his shots hard. He whiffed them extremely hard.
Embarrassing.
They're going to leave that city to try and get that revive, I think.
I mean, yeah, probably that's the safest play. I'm not sure what's going on here, but Dope. One thing they know for sure, that there's a lot of danger lingering around in the city, so maybe you need to try and get back to safety. And that's what probably the main goal is for them. On the other hand, Team Chosen, they're big chilling over here in school. They've also got the apartments area for themselves, so they're going to be racking up a lot of loot without any trouble. The circle is pretty much centralized zoo. But this also means, imagine if it ends near the Rozhok Hills, near the kind of like the water lines. Because I have nightmares of zones like that, because I'm pretty sure those kind of zones put all the teams in such a tricky spot.
It's one of the most common difficult circles to play, though, on Erangel. When that river, right, is kept in play, I almost feel like by this point, as difficult as a situation it is, we see a lot of teams really knowing which positions that they want to take and how to fight for it, so that it's almost like an organized chaos. Whereas when we get to those military zone side circles, we're still seeing a lot of haphazard teams just, you know, completely getting taken out without being able to put a fight, or even going down to the blue zone like we saw in, you know, game number 1.
For now, at least, this game of Erangel has been a pretty slow start. Nothing really much happening. Dope too, we saw them moving outside the Asnaya Polnaya. And now they're going towards Georgia Pol. Pretty oblivious of the fact that there's already a team there. And they might just run straight into them. But yeah, overall...
Mini-map. Yeah, continue, sorry.
Overall, I just wanted to give touch up on Knights a little bit here. I mean, even though they're not really playing in this game, but I still feel like the way Knights is playing, the only goal in their mind here is to just get top 16. Like, honestly, come on. Knights is one of those teams that is one of the most best teams out there in the NA region. And the way they're playing right now is not really something that we expect from Knights, but considering the fact that it's league play, I give them a pass, okay? I'm like, okay, it's understandable. You're just fighting for the top 16, and Knights can easily sneak by there.
I gotta agree with you. League play, yeah, teams, all they really need to do is hit that top 16. Otherwise, I think the only thing that I will be critical about is if you see a team mess up, right? Let's say they're doing a rotation and they rotate the wrong way and they just rotate straight into, you know, the firing line and they get taken out that way, or they're taking a team fight and they're not just working together as a team. And speaking about working together as a team, Boring Protocol rolls up 4 deep, all in one vehicle, straight onto XSET's doorstep. This is a rematch from Boot Camp, no? It was Boring Protocol and XSET. They're back at it again.
Oh, they're like, all right, we want a rematch again. We want to see who this time is going to win. But unfortunately, XSET, there's only 2 players in the front lines. It's Polo G trying to find an opening with those nades. And now he's also trying to set up some cross smokes. He does realize he's kind of choked right there. So Kill Switch and Polo, both of them are trying to move in. But guess what? Boring Protocols, they're just well aware. There's one man available right in that compound. But instead, he too is going to try to play things a little safe. So XSET, they're being respected right here. And there we go. The first man taken out is J-Way taken out the way. It's Kill Switch and Polo G now trying to hold down the fort. But it's Boring Protocol. The way they're challenging this fight is just perfection.
I love what Boring Protocol did. They pulled up 4 deep all in one car, and immediately you see how spread out they are within the next minute. They knew they needed to space out, get those angles, and they just out-angled XSET. XSET may have won the boot camp fight, but this time around, Boring Protocol showing that they got what it takes to take down the likes of XSET. And we see Nova kind of close by, maybe a third party, but they're just monitoring the situation. Good job to the Boring Protocol side for those fast adjustments. And honestly, XSET, I feel like the ball was in their court in the very beginning of the fight, but Boring Protocol just outmaneuvered them.
I mean, they pretty much made XSET suffocate in their own compound. And XSET, now they have no other choice left. Oh, that's a little run over too. Sprinkle of salt on the wounds, but it's okay. Boring Protocols doing a great job against XSET. And now XSET, they're straight up running in another squad. And they're being welcomed here. J7 in quite a tricky spot, and there we go. It gets taken out. Oh, Ren.
Shotgun.
The shotgun.
Coming into play. S12K. I did hear that the S12K did get a recent buff, so we might be seeing more of that as we watch the rest of the PMPL North Americas. But I believe that's the first S12K knock and confirmation, and it's great to see Ren using it. Ren, definitely a huge star player on the Nova side. We saw, or we heard the Des talk about this player from the last year. A standout player from Nova, maybe one of Nova's best players stat-wise. And now he's also implementing the S12K, so always ahead of the curve.
I mean, watching XSET in this game is giving me flashbacks of PMGC.
Yeah, hot and cold. That seems like what XSET's kind of...
Consistency is just not there. I mean, in PMGC, they were just completely cold. There was just nowhere to be seen.
I believe they missed 2 super weekends out of the 3, which is, like we said, these teams, all they need to do, make top 16. It's easier said than done, because at the end of the day, 4 teams are not making that top 16, even though it almost seems guaranteed at the start of each week, right? Top 16, oh, we should easily make that. But if a team like XSET can't make it, everybody kind of has to be on their toes and make sure they play to their best abilities.
Yeah, look at this. A lot of teams prioritizing that centralized position in the zone. On the other hand, there are a couple of teams on the left too. One of them is PA, all the way on the top left. You know, the Georgia Apartments. They're going to take their sweet little time, and they're probably just going to play the edge of the zone, which is respectable. But I do feel like the next circle shift is what's going to be deciding a lot of teams' fate. Because right now, this circle, I mean, it is favoring all the teams that are in the central position. So nothing really much to worry about. There are a couple of teams who still need to rotate inside. Teams like LZR, PA. It shouldn't really be that big of a deal for them. Vamp already, I mean, Vamp, from the start of the game near Quarry, they have been separated throughout, right? There's always been a little separation between Vamp players. I mean, throughout over now, at least in the first day, we haven't really seen Vamp coming through. But now maybe this can be the game where Vamp might just try and strike back, I guess. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, WallStreetBets, 1v1 situation, Steve-O versus Koi. Grenade comes out, looking pretty close. Hits Koi down for like maybe 80% health, but there's a second one coming in. And that one
Steve-O
nails it right on the head. And Steve-O running down to confirm that elimination, and actually 24K helping him out. But as Steve-O's running down in the open though, Nova Esports answer back. So Nova, I know they like to play split or not. Now sometimes this is an issue. A player will get caught out and eliminated, but Nova will still always try and play as a team, and they managed to answer back with an elimination of their own onto WallStreetBets.
At least they got a trade. So it's a one-on-one trade for them. No, they're going to be backing off to the compound. Going to play things a little safe, but still, as I said, I'm really waiting for the next circle shift, and I want this to be a curveball. Maybe on the bottom left, I guess, because all the teams on the top right, they will have to try and move in. But look at this, Nova spots out Boring Protocol in the front. Boring Protocol's kind of indecisive right now. Don't exactly know what to do. They've been caught off guard. But now maybe they're just going to stop here. A little bit of high ground to work with. And again, as we said, all the teams, they're just waiting for this next circle shift.
This next circle, we're in very familiar territory all throughout this Erangel zone. So no matter where it shifts, unless it goes into Pachinki, because that always causes a lot of chaos. There's a chance we might get that Pachinki circle, but for now, this area of the zone, so familiar. Almost like, I would potentially say, probably the most commonly played area. Because keep this in mind, Necro, even if zones don't end here, a lot of teams will always rotate through this area on their rotations throughout the rest of the game. So they know this area of the map inside and out. HQA, though, they don't know how to rotate past WallStreetBets, though, because one of their players goes down, and Nemesis, that could have been a second knockout that car. Nemesis just missing those shots, but the first few onto that buggy, pristine shots.
This man is bold. To be up top like that, pretty much in the open, and also taking a lot of shots on the enemy team. I mean, he does have a great positioning, don't get me wrong, but you never know, man. When the enemy is going to have the sight lines on you. But still is trying to rack up those kills. Did miss a couple of shots we did see in the past, but for now, his team chosen going against HQA. They spotted the players out in the front. HQA, nothing really much to worry about. They have a decent positioning, but as the circle closes, that's where the paranoia is going to start to set in.
TC and HQA will be at a stalemate. Meanwhile, the rest of the zone, so many teams still rotating in, trying to find their positions in the circle. We already see some teams defaulting to Pachinki just because there's not much territory left, as many of the positions in this zone are power positions, meaning if at least one team takes that position, they have at least a 100 to 200 meter spread control around them. So the circle's still pretty big, but the playable area, not as big as it might seem.
On the other hand, too, you do see the Boring Protocols. Look at the replay, I think so. Just have a little replay here, WallStreetBets. How they got the kill on Decoy, and then how the man actually went down. Interesting. But yeah, Chosen taking a couple of shots while Godfan's trying to rotate outside all by himself. Now, this is quite an interesting choice because he might just run into another team in the front. Godfan finally realizes there is another team in the front, so he's going to back off. There's Lazarus, too. You do not want to challenge a fight against a team like Lazarus.
Yeah, Lazarus, though, they were actually playing a 1-2-1 split. So Iseki there was just mainly there for the info. The second he gets challenged, he knows the rest of the team is not there to support, and there's a chance it might be a 2-man, 3-man, 4-man team rolling up on him. So he's going to eject that position as well. Funny thing, though, ironically, neither team will get that position as it is opened up on that northeastern side next to school. Next circle coming out, Necro, where is it going to take us?
Man, I honestly feel like it has to be near ruins. Like a little bit top left shift. Oh, okay, it's top
close.
right. It's okay, yeah, pretty close. Okay, I mean, it is a top shift, so overall, Water City now is in the way, and WallStreetBets have found themselves in a lucky spot for now. Nova, too. Not really a lot of things to worry about, but it's going to be 19 Esports who are going to be trying to move in, and they're not going to have a good positioning because there's not a lot of compounds left to take anymore.
Yeah, I hope for the side of Nova that they're ready for some potential teams crashing into them. As we take a look at the Ruin side, Vamp and Polar Ace getting into somewhat of an engagement, and Vamp deciding to rotate through the Ruins area. This is quite questionable. Ruins is definitely not an area that you could rotate through easily, and there's a team here to add on top of that, so I'm not sure what Vamp is trying to do here.
I feel like they're just caught off guard. The separation that Vamp has all the time. I've been talking about it since the start of the game. Vamp always likes to play separated, and this can sometimes lead to your own demise, and that's what exactly happens. The man separated out, Polar Ace capitalizes on top of it. They make the push happen. And now the separated man pretty much taken out. They knew now the team's handicapped. Vamp though still, at least they get the trade, so it's a fair trade right there. The Mayo is gonna fall back to the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, both teams getting a 1-for-1 trade. However, I don't think it helps either team. Maybe Polar Ace though, because they have that position in zone that they want to play in next. But there was no reason for them to even lose that player. Now Vamp rotating on by right next to where the 19 Esports team was just previously. So we might see Vamp rotate into 19 Esports now as they're still not fully in the circle.
Oh man, 19 Esports. I'm really anxious about their spot. They just don't have a compound to hold. Maybe they're just playing off of some ridge.
Oh, they're in a strong position. 19 Esports position, yeah, it's those mountain ridges. It's one of the stronger positions left on this map, actually.
But again, there's like 2 teams in the back. There's going to be a lot of angles to take care of, though. Because Polar Ace on the left, and then, you know, Vamp 2 from the backside on the right. And then there's also a couple of teams in the front who are taking a little bit of shots onto them. So 19 Esports, the eyes need to be split out or spread out. And this is where maybe the paranoia is going to start to set in. And 19 Esports, they might just crack under a lot of pressure. But hey, let's just see how things are going to be falling down or unfolding here in this game. As Vamp, they're finally looking to make their mark inside the zone.
Boring Protocol looking to gatekeep out not just the Dope team, but also the Panthers and potentially 4 Bros. They're going to be making their way in as well. We see Dope getting shot at by the Boring Protocol team. Smoke grenades go out, trying to save that car because they need it for that rotation. But here comes the Panthers. See the Panthers also pulling up right next to Dope. Meanwhile, Boring Protocol, they just have free reign over all of this as Frady almost goes down to the side of Boring Protocol. But even if Boring Protocols don't get the knocks, they're just claiming down their territory, making sure no teams get close to them.
Oh, 19 Esports. There we go. The first man gets taken care of. It's Alucard, if I'm not wrong, who's been taken out the game. Now they're left with the 3 players alive. 4 Bros is the team that has brought the fight to them. And now look at this. Yep, teams are trying to make it inside the zone, and while they're doing so, they're also exposing themselves. No other choice left, but look at this. Noah stars the line. Noah in a stellar performance, or stellar positioning. On the other hand, Boring Protocol, they're just trying to rack up these kills. They've got a sight lines on a lot of teams. And they're also right on the edge of the next circle too. So Boring Protocols too, they're looking really great.
Yeah, great shift for the side of Boring Protocol. Also for Nova. Nova get that zone. They also get to keep that compound. But now Polar Ace smashing into WallStreetBets. This is nowhere close to circle, but I do respect this. This is towards the late game. And if you don't have the info, maybe you should just decide to take the fight to gain some elimination points. Polar Ace only with 1 elimination, WallStreetBets with 2, but it is a 3v2 situation in favor of Polar Ace.
WallStreetBets now. They'll need to make sure they're at least taking care of this fight as quick as possible because the zone is also going to start to close in. The time's ticking, and Polar Ace, it seems like WallStreetBets, they're going to be wiped out the game, unfortunately. Or actually, maybe just down to the final man alive. Nemesis on top of this tower is trying to keep his position and spots out a man in the open. He's going to find the knock too, but not the confirmation just yet. Salt taken down. Nemesis now also gathers a lot of attention on himself as Lazarus taking some shots onto Nemesis. Nemesis now looking to capitalize on that knock itself. Is also going to be tanking a lot of shots, or tanking a lot of damage from the blue zone. There we go. Trey spots him out and puts the final nail in the coffin for WallStreetBets.
He's got to get that first aid off. And even if he does, that buggy's missing a back wheel. Lazarus still with 4 up, coming into the fray, coming into the action. They've been rotating around the edge, and they've done a really great job at just clearing out the sides, and they actually finish out the Polar Ace team. Well, Trey's still the last one left, but Lazarus with 4 eliminations now, with 4 players still up, looking very strong. And I do think they're going to control the entirety of the northern half of the circle.
Look at Nova, though. Even though they can easily take that compound control, they're still giving it away. Maybe they're just trying to chase for some elim points. But yeah, Nova overall, they're in such a comfortable spot. If they want, they can just back down to that compound because Kindness is making sure he's holding the fort down. On the other hand, there's another fight opting or panning out. It's Lazarus going against 19 Esports. Yep, 19 Esports taking out the game. The position kind of not really working out in their favor. On the other hand, it's Nova again. Yup, they're just on that aggressive page. Nova is hungry. They're thirsty for blood, and they want it.
Yeah, I love what Nova's doing. An amateur team, I would say, would make that mistake of sitting safe in the compound and not put out any pressure. Nova instead, they're going to peek their heads out a little bit, maybe pick up a few elimination points. But even if not, they're going to stall and slow down the teams elsewhere so they can always go back to the compound if they need to. The next circle dish shift up north in favor of Lazarus. We're down to 6 teams. Mezexis finishing out the side of Boring Protocol finishing the side of XSET. Now we're down to 5 teams. Wow. 2 from Boring Protocol, 1 from 4 Bros. Mezexis might get that revive. You see it on your right-hand side of the screen. Just how many players are up from each individual team.
I'm surprised XSET still made it to the top 6. The final man did a good job of snaking, I guess. But yeah, Lazarus overall spots out the player in the front. It's Boring Protocols all by himself. It's Carnage. Not really in the best of the spots, but hey, he's got nothing else to work with. And here we have Laurie pretty much moving in forward. Out in the open, 4 Pros in a really uncomfortable spot. Again, talk about choices. He has none. He needs to make his pathway through the open, and that's what he's trying to do. He's taking every single bit of chance that is left.
Laurie running in the open still. Nobody able to spot him out, but he is running in such the wide open that no one really thinks to look that way. We'll see if he can make it into the zone, though. He is prone crawling in. Lazarus with 4, doing a 3-1 split, trying to stay as split apart as possible. You see Joey here only able to use this location really with that smoke down as Lazarus continues to readjust, and there we go. Nova spouts out. Laurie, that is 4 Bros eliminated. We're down to 3. Nova get a knock onto Lazarus. Now this is the time to see how aggressive Nova can really be. Will they push off of that knock? And I think they just got a second knock. This might be it. Nova might actually go aggressive here and try and take out the Lazarus team while they're weakened.
Yeah, it's just the final man alive. Kaiseki. Yep, gonna be next to impossible to get back to his teammates. Or actually scratch that. There is a res coming through, so yeah, Lazarus now, they're pretty much back up. No, they could have tried to be aggressive, but again, Boring Protocol is something that they needed to take care of. But oh yeah, what a spray right there. Finds that little head, and that's going to be enough, a little glimmer of head, and he pretty much capitalizes on top of it. And here comes the push, straight up ramming it right in the rocks. And now Samuel is pretty much caught out in the open, but he's still striking back, though. He's fighting, he's giving it all he has. But finally, he's going to be strike down.
This Nova team. I think the past 4 knocks have only been from the side of Nova. Their shots are on point. They're down to man advantage. Now Lazarus is going to try and take advantage, but the supporting fire is there. And QZZ, he comes in strong. 1v3 situation, but he should back down just enough so his teammates can support him. But he goes down. We're down to a 3v2. Lazarus might get that reset, though, make it a 4v2. I think Nova has to push this right now. This is as much advantage as they can get. As, oh my god, Kazeki taking a huge risk, splitting off, and kind of spots him out. That's a huge mistake. Nova will get the 2v3. Can Nova clutch this out? Can Lazarus close this one out? Because if they don't, they are throwing this game.
Yep, now there's no room for error for both these teams. Even if Lazarus, even if they give one single knockout away, it's going to be equalizing things between these two teams. Smoke walls being created to try and close the distance. Nova now pretty much looking to play some mind games against Lazarus. Lazarus, it's a 3-on-2. They still have man advantage. And overall advantage in this game too. Nova, though. Yup, that nade's quite close. He moves out, though. It's not cooked to perfection. But look at this play coming through from Nova. And unfortunately, he gets caught out too. Kindness taken care of, and now fears that he pretty much knows somewhere down the line where the final man is, or maybe he doesn't. Rin, there we go, spots out the man in the front, takes a little bit of shots, no connections found, and there we go. The final man falls down too, and it's gonna be Lazarus with another game, Zoo.
Yep, another huge game. Hashtag bleed pink in that chat, back to back for the Lazarus team. I said they're the hungriest team here. Well, they're definitely eating their fill of chicken dinners. Beautifully done, by the way, by the Lazarus. If we followed their rotations around, we would have seen like they play that game from the edge of the zone on every shift and just alternated their rotations, their positions based on the zones, and they cleaned it out. This Lazarus team looking really strong, Necro.
They are looking really strong, but hey, again, we were talking about the same thing too, man. In league play, if you're going to be revealing all your strats, then what is left in Super Weekend, dude? I mean, you're playing these things, you're playing these games way too perfectly. Yeah, you're doing a great job. You're also building yourself a lot of confidence, but in the end of the day, that confidence might just lead to your demise, bro, because in the Super Weekends, if you don't really have a lot of pocket strats that you're going to be whipping out, then I don't know what's going to happen because you're going to get easily countered.
Well, I mean, it is the league play. A lot of teams aren't showing their strategy, so it's going to be a whole different ballpark when it does get into the Super Weekend and onwards. Now, we're 4 games down. We got 1 left to go, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a really quick break before we get into the final match of the day.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
You know, so like the fact that you actually have those 2 players and you can decide, right? I mean, you guys have a decision on who you can bring in. What makes you decide to choose 2 players from that region versus like local NA players?
Well, first of all, like I think like experience. This is like where experience comes into play, because the Chinese pro players, they were like training like daily. I'm not just talking about like NA. You play 5 scrims match per day. They are playing 10 or like 15, and they're playing like, you know, from daytime to like nighttime, and they're like experienced with all the, you know, Chinese strategies, and the environment in China is like really competitive. That's what makes like each Chinese pro players like really trying to get the best out of themselves. So yeah, like for NA, like, you know, lots of NA players, they have like a really good gun skill, but like, can they really put those gun skills into the real match? You know, that's a little bit like a question in my mind. So like that's basically the reason why like we prefer like the Chinese pro players instead of like NA like local players.
I've known you for a long time, Shifed, right? I've seen you in the scene grow right from the start all the way to where you are now. So now you joined, you know, Nova Esports, you know, for a little over a year now. My question is this, like, what impact has joining like a huge org like Nova had on you personally? I think a lot of people want to know.
As for a player side, I think it's more organized. Like, you know, you just can't be late. Like, all the, you know, schedule like you have to follow. I think that's great as like a team, like as a player side. As like a content creator side, I feel like you know, just get to know more how esports, the whole thing works, you know, because besides a pro player, I also do content creation, and you know, I talk to friends, and basically just to see how the business works. Like, I think that's something like would really like benefit me.
All right, everybody, welcome back to PMPL North America. It is time to jump back on into the show. 7, it's just me and you for now. We're going to be hanging out here for a little while after yet another crazy Erangel match. And what's even more insane is the consistency on this map that we're now specifically seeing out of both Nova and Lazarus.
That's right. two teams. I mean, Nova, we saw it early on, 17 elims. And then on this one, even though they didn't get the win, Glitter, they were able to get the most points because of their elimination points, 11 elim points. Lazarus as well. I mean, with them being able to get the chicken dinner, they have been really consistent. I'm really intrigued to see the overall too after all of this. In the first match, by the way, Lazarus is being super consistent in regards to elims. They got 7 elims in the first Erangel, and this one they get 7 elims as well. And I gotta give a shout out to Boring Protocol too. I mean, 7 elims for them. I'm seeing Carnage pop off here and there. I was kind of trolling him a little bit earlier because he's my boy and I'm able to do that for everybody watching on YouTube. But he is putting up a great performance. He's shutting some people up. And then we have some of the other teams, the Panthers there, WallStreetBets. We saw Steve being able to get a knock. He got a little bit too cocky and ended up backfiring for him. Overall, though, I'm enjoying all these matches, Glitter. I'm enjoying the action that we're starting to see here from Erangel as well.
100%. And you know what I noticed too is that I think I misspoke last time and was saying how Nova didn't perform well. However, they didn't even play in Sanhok. So the only bad game they had so far was Miramar. Dave, you're back! Welcome back, Dave.
All I know is before that game ended, Glitter was screaming, run him over, for Nova to get the run over. And I was like, I was with you on that one. But back to back for Lazarus, it only took Joey about 3 times of rebuilding the team. But this team, 7, is working out pretty well.
It really is. 1,200 damage, but yeah, that yeah, Glitter. Consistency.
Run him over.
We're talking about it. Nova being able to almost put up 3K damage again in Erangel, that's ridiculous.
And this is what I was talking about before, because when they did it last time, they were only 200. There's only a 200 damage difference right now in what we saw the first Erangel and what we're seeing in this Erangel, but there's a 6 elimination difference. In game number 1, they were doing a really good job of cleaning up on those other eliminations, but still, the damage consistency at that high level of an output should be terrifying for everyone else in this lobby. And then you combine that with Lazarus's just straight up consistency at this point. They've only had 1 bad match on the day because now they're going to be sitting out in that last one. This is absolutely stellar, and we got to see a little bit of this in those final moments, but the numbers coming out of QZ yet again, and then not far behind is Kindness. These two are bouncing back and forth, 7, with how much work they're putting in for the squad.
I have the biggest smile on my face right now with all these 3 Nova players. And let me tell you, after just, 4 matches already, I can say that I am a QZ fanboy. Okay, I gotta find that man's Twitter, I gotta find that man's Instagram, and I'm gonna be sending him some messages because the plays that he's been able to put up, the performances that he's been able to put up have been great. And with the highlights here, something that I actually want to mention in regards to Nova, and what I found really impressive was that they did end up losing a player with Koi, but the poise that were able to maintain, Glitter, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. It didn't seem like they were running around without their heads or anything along those lines. It seemed like they knew exactly. They stick to the game plan, and it worked out perfect for them.
Yeah, another impressive showing. It's actually making me question, Dave. I kind of want to get your opinion on this too, because right now it looks like Erangel is Nova and Lazarus. No one's really contesting them all that much. Like, what are the other teams going to be able to do against them?
All day, sprinkle in a little Knights here and there, but besides that, we're already starting to see 3 really strong contenders in the lobby. So to answer your question, hopefully day number 2, these squads can go back, watch the footage tonight. They can get a better understanding on the drop spots of Nova, the rotations of Nova, and come up with the game plan. Because right here, for example, just the Nova crash. Like, nothing is stopping them. And then QZ is such a strong individual player. This man tried to 1v4 Lazarus right there on that off angle. And I believe, knocked out 2 of them? So QZ is just on fire. What an insane player.
Yeah, it's just Lazarus, though. They weren't about to get shut down. The start, to be fair, though, 7, regardless of what they got for elims compared to Nova in those final 2 moments, the fact that these teams are as close as they are, and the fact that Lazarus now on day 1 already has the back-to-back chicken dinners, that is an incredible stat.
Oh, baby. Look at this stats from these two teams. By the way, this is just overall for the day. Nova currently being able to average 2k damage. If you would have told me this was the Nova that was going to show up after losing some of the great players that we saw last season, I would have thought you were crazy. But wow. just wow. Lazarus being able to outplace them. They are currently averaging about a 4th place finish. They are having to heal up a little bit more, but when you look at their heals, it's honestly not that big of a difference, Glitter, as we do see this push right here. And something that we weren't really able to see before this is that the Nova players got a huge knock on Carnage, and as soon as they got that knock, Glitter, they hop on that car and they just went for it. So they are assertive. That means they are also confident, and I'm enjoying that confidence. You can see them trying to find different angles. I think overall right here, the 3-man from Lazarus was just too powerful for Nova.
Yeah. Honestly, though, had those nades that were literally on top of Joey's soul, had they landed the first time around, and not those few seconds after, I think Nova might have been able to actually win that fight. But that extra borrowed time is what gave the remaining Lazarus players time to get that damage out on Kindness and get Kindness knocked. And that solo player on Nova was unable to clean it all up. But I really think it was that one nade, that one frag, Dave, that completely changed the outcome of that fight.
All I know is I am never again going to question Glitter Damas out here. the only one to pick Nova at the beginning of the day. Nobody even picking Lazarus, so that's how impressive this team is showing up here on day number 1. But let's pull up the boring protocol stats, because this last match, they were pretty good. 7.
They are pretty good, and I mean, you can see some of the stats right there. Sam Mel being able to put up 894 damage, and by the way, this is the total for today. And keep in mind, Boring Protocol has had some early exits. We saw it in Sanhok, we saw it in some of the other ones too. But I think I got to give some credit here, not just to Sam Mel, to Acer and Spec. Look at all the damage here. It's all spread out evenly, and everybody's currently contributing. Even Carnage right now, he's able to put up 555 damage, and not only that, he's able to have put up a lot of knocks for his team too, so he's being helpful to that team. Overall, if this team can get some of their placements down too, if they can get some of those early exits that they have had in some of the matches, stuff might work for them. They're truly being consistent in regards to damage for these teams, and we keep talking about fragging power, we keep talking about those healing points. I feel like they're just right there, at least from day 1.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm hoping that it is only day 1, and the goal here in the league stage is top 16, right? I'm hoping that Lazarus and Nova aren't just coming out the gate swinging and slow down from here, because it is impressive. We got to pay our respects to the two squads, but I hope that they don't slow it down and they're laying all their cards on the table here on only day number 1, Glitter. Any thoughts about that?
You know, we've seen it happen before, right? We've seen it in so many seasons where week number 1 for some teams is just this phenomenal start, and then they kind of get a little bit cold, and it gives other people the opportunity to play catch up. I hope that's not the case. We're looking for these NA teams. We're looking for an NA team to be that dominating force that when they go off against those other regions, when we make it to Americas, when we make it to GC, there is that level of competitiveness there for this region against the rest of the world. So I'm taking this as a good omen for now.
Well, 7 and Glitter, I appreciate both you as always and your insights. I'm going to send you to the green room once again here as we pull in the casters for the final game of the evening. It is going to be Miramar. But Group A are sitting out. So Boring Protocol, Dope, Lazarus, and XSET. Fellas, I'm going to leave that with you right there. Group A sitting out. I'm looking for a nice, exciting Miramar match. Bring us home.
All right, this is it, Necro, the last match of the day. We've seen Lazarus and the side of Nova just first and second place, respectively, on both Erangel matches. Now that we're playing Miramar again, is this where we see XSET pop off on Miramar once again? It seems like these teams do perform better on certain maps. Of course, Miramar, it really depends on where the zone ends, because we saw a super western side shift. And well, XSET got the better of that one, but where is this one going to take us?
That is true. I mean, if the zone's something that's going to be throwing a curveball at the start of the bat, then maybe all the teams are going to start to like fumble, and there's going to be a lot of tricky ways to make the rotation happen. But again, it does really come down to the zone, as you said, but the plane fly path for now, it's perfect. You know, straight up just right from the center, dividing the map into two pieces, starting from the north, ending all the way towards the south. And now, what else can team ask for? This is a perfect plane fly path. You guys can pretty much go wherever the hell you guys want. But as you said, the circle is what everyone's eyeing out for. As you said, XSET, I feel like Group A sitting it out, so maybe XSET is not playing this one, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, XSET is actually not in this one. Plane path heading down straight down the middle right now, like Necro said. Very good plane path for all of these teams to get to wherever they want to go to. So your highest damage right now being taken by Nova and of course Fierce, you know, making a debut there. And as far as headshots go, QZ with the 4 headshots. I think 2 of those headshots we just saw in the very last match when he took down Carnage. And yeah, knockouts. The stats just being dominated right now by the sides of Lazarus.
Not gonna lie, we're seeing some crispy aim from these players. We saw some incredible knockouts from these players too, so I mean, on the map of Miramar, I'm expecting the same thing, pretty much. Do you see a couple of clashes in the Los Leones? And this circles in this time, okay, this is nothing out the box, this is nothing out the gate, this is pretty much a normal, standard Miramar circle, so all the teams should be really comfortable. They're gonna take their sweet little time to loot. That means I'm expecting a little bit of slower game unless the teams in Los Leones, they lose their patience.
We see Lazarus, XSET, Boring Protocol, and Dope sitting out there. So this is a chance for Nova to catch up to the Lazarus side. They're currently down about, quick maths, 14 points, which isn't much at all considering the fact that Lazarus will not be able to get any points. Or not Lazarus, sorry. Oh yeah, Lazarus. Lazarus will not be able to get any points as they are not playing in this one. And looking at the spread, with a very nice plane path, teams are very much also spread out, doing some interesting splits. If you take a look at the northern side, we see Vamp, like you mentioned. This team really likes to play split and also starting off with their drop location heavily split from one another.
Oh man, if I'm not wrong, 3 teams. Actually, the 3rd team, which is Polar Rays, they pretty much decided to back off from Los Leones. So they're like, all right, you guys can have it. We're just gonna try and get Impala for ourselves. So Salt is kind of separated out from the rest of the pack, but it's okay. As I said, it's a standard circle. I'm not really expecting any early engagements from all these teams. Right now, all these teams should probably prioritize their loot and wait for the next circle shift, because that's what's going to matter quite a lot. Because you can see on the top left of the map, there's a lot of teams stacked up near water treatment. And then on the bottom side too, on the southern side near Los Leones, there's like a splash of colors too. So overall, there's a lot of teams on the north and on the south. And on the middle part, there's not a lot of teams. So if the circle do shift somewhere away from both these sides, then that's where the bodies are going to start to hit the deck.
Speaking about bodies hitting the deck, one has already hit the deck. A member of the Hitlist getting taken down. I think he was in the wide open. Oh, I do see a vehicle next to where... Wait, is that a vehicle? Yeah, that's a... There's no way he got shot off the motorcycle from that distance by one of these players. I think he was probably running to the vehicle in the open and then got taken down. We might see a replay, but Vamp do pick up the first elimination. Also, I want to touch on this circle. This circle is probably one of the easiest circles for all the teams, simply due to, we always talk about rotations, right? On Miramar, extremely difficult. But this zone has so many roadways going from east to west, north to south, different cross sections, and even the flat grounds, you know, off-road is pretty easy to drive and rotate around. So everybody should be able to get into more of a central location without having to traverse super high grounds or drive by areas of the map that, you know, are super prone to teams camping from like mountaintops. And speaking about getting very central, this game for Nova, they're already dead center. So we saw what happens when Nova gets hard shifted and they can't get anywhere close to center. They perform pretty miserably. But this is once again one of those games where they can play more center, play whatever split they want. So this could be a big game for Nova.
But again, this might just be Nova not wanting to reveal their strategies in league play, you know? Because Nova pretty much knows they're doing really good. The consistency is there from the side of Nova, so it's okay. Even if after this, a couple of games do slip by, or maybe even this final game does slip by, it's okay. Nova are pretty much big chilling on the overall rankings.
Yep.
Top 16 is the goal, and Nova should be able to easily make it in top 16 with how they're playing in the day one. So nothing really much to worry about, but I feel like teams that really need to worry, though, has to be Vamp. And they need to start amping up the pace.
Yeah. Oh, so here's that replay. Yep. Running over in the open.
Oh,
Love the trigger discipline. Waited for him to get on the bike where he was for sure still target. And yeah, getting taken down. Well, this is good, though, for them as far as VOD footage review goes. They could look back on the tape and see exactly where the other team was split, so they know how to adjust their split drops. All they need to do is make that top 16, though. So if they don't make top 16, well, that's a whole weekend down the drain.
What is going on here? Oh, it's stuck. Oh, no. It's trying his best to make sure that the bus is not being stuck anymore. Oh, no. Maybe you need to get a little bit more pace. Yeah, maybe back off a little bit more. And there we go. I think so. Yep. There we go. Did the job.
Teamwork makes the dream.
Makes the dream work.
Yeah, but that's Miramar for you. Your car can get stuck in the most smallest of little divots and ridges. I've definitely experienced that before as a competitive player. Not the best feeling. Also, your team would probably make fun of you for the rest of the match.
Well, not gonna lie, that has happened to me too a couple of times, but oh, Mirado is one of those vehicles that I do not want to ride in the map of Miramar. Never. It gets blown up so easily. So yeah, I would keep my distance from Mirado. But overall, the Panthers too on the bottom left. And the next circle shift too, Zoo, is pretty much just centralized circle shifts. All the teams that have got themselves a central spot, they're chilling. A lot of teams are there in the center. It's pretty much a splash of colors in the center of the map, including Nova too is right there. 19 Esports too. The Hitlist as well joining the fray. For now, things are looking really calm, but trust me, this is the calm before the storm, because I do already see two teams moving really close towards Impala.
Yeah, on the eastern side, that might be a rotation clash. But the Chosen, we have not just the Chosen Knights, Nova, and I believe, oh man, the teams are so close on top of each other. HQA, yeah, HQA all around the center position, but Chiwei spots out Godfan, and oh my gosh, the timing. It's like he's got spidey senses. He runs down that hillside the second Chiwei scopes in on him.
And also looking at his back too. Interesting. But yeah, the Panthers in the front. Four bros, not really in the best spot, but it's okay. Panthers having a little bit of advantage and also a high ground over for the four bros. So Panther now looking around. Four bros too, not really being impatient. They're making sure they're buying as much time as possible and waiting for the next circle shift. What do you think, Suzu? Where the next circle shift is going to be shifting towards?
I love to see one towards the eastern side of La Bendita. That flat terrain with that one road splitting down always makes for a really good, exciting gameplay. But we'll see where it goes. It goes a bit further north. Honestly, nothing really changes. As you can tell, every team that wants to be in their positions is probably going to stay in those positions.
Yeah.
For teams that rotated late and around the edges of the circle, well, they were just going to plan on driving more center regardless. So I don't think we'll see any clashes on this circle either. It's not like that western circle, right, that we saw on Miramar, where there was like such a hard shift towards one direction that it forced teams to constantly move and bump into each other.
And I think so from now, it's just going to be northern shifts all over the place. So I'm not really expecting the southern shift right now or even in the future. But yeah, look at this. All the teams now, they are just trying to move in. It's a wave of vehicles from the south side, just trying to move inside. And I'm pretty sure now this is when the real fights are going to start to go down. Till now, things are taking quite slow. Only one kill or only one elim has happened throughout the entire game.
Yeah,
how many minutes? It's been 10 minutes, Zoo, and only one elim has hit the deck. There we go.
Might see more. Yeah, a car driving really close by. 19 Esports driving right by Koi. And you see how split the Nova team is playing on your right side of the map. Koi does get traded out, but 2 of 19 Esports goes down. This is exactly when Nova will mobilize, get in their vehicles. Hopefully they got vehicles to mobilize, take down this 19 Esports team, and get that revive. Koi is knocked down by himself, but he is able to have a safe ridge. Where's the rest of the Nova team? Where's the vehicles to come in for the support? Because Esports, they are trapped in a terrible spot, and I don't know why Koi is peeking out like that. Koi already passed over the info. Yeah, Koi passed over the info. I don't know why he tried to give out more at the risk of him going down. And there's the follow-up finally. But once again, Koi getting taken down very early.
Interesting.
I feel like that was definitely a mistake.
Oh, there we go. The mini whipped out too. Oh, no connections found. Maybe you should have taken things a little calmly right there instead of spamming. But yeah.
BTOWN getting
knockout. Yeah, BTOWN too joining the fray. There we go. Third party. Yep. Nova in tricky spot.
Nova took a little bit too long to go for that support. We saw it was like a potential 3v2 situation with 19E just stuck in the divot. They could have rotated up to where QZ was, or Koi was, which was right here. They got in a nice safe angle, safe from third parties, but they get that reset. And 19 Esports just continually getting pounded by the Nova side.
Yeah, Nova, they're just applying that pressure. And they're just keeping the pressure on 19 Esports. Now they're just down to that one last man alive, if I'm not wrong. And Nova, on the other hand, QZ2 went down because now they're getting third party, as you said, BTOWN. So that's not a good news for them. There we go. Man caught out in the open. Easily will be taken care of. Kindness, the kill should be confirmed. And BTOWN, easy kills for them. The third party pretty much panning out in their favor.
BTOWN playing slow and quiet, gets the advantage of those 2 fights. We do see some other teams getting involved inside the elimination feed all across the map. Just a few knocks here and there in the next circle. It does shift down south right onto the Nova side. So Nova definitely kicking themselves in the butt right now, now that they're down to just 1 player, whereas they could have 4 up at the very center of zone. This is what I'm talking about with the Nova side, right? This is how they play. They love playing split. That's their strength. But sometimes they will make that mistake and the whole team falls apart. But at the end of the day, this is practice for them. They only need top 16. So the more mistakes they make now early on, the better they'll look. Hopefully, towards the end of the Super Weekend, and 4 Bros driving right on up into the Panthers. Teams are definitely starting to go aggressive now as 4 Bros looking like they're in the better position to win this fight over the Panthers.
Oh, they are. They also have the high ground now on Team Panthers. Yep. They're handicapped big time. Poppy's the man in the close, and the only man left alive, the only glimmer of hope for Team Panthers in the final game of the day 1. Off the league play, Poppy pretty much is just going to book it. He does not want any smoke against 4 Bros, so he does not want to get taken out as well. Instead, he's going to try to play for the placement points, which is a wiser option. 4 Bros confirming their skills for themselves, and still all 16 teams are alive. But if you talk about the damage, a lot of damage has been dealt even on Nova, 19 Esports, and Team Panthers.
Yeah, those 3 teams you mentioned down to just solo players already. 4 Bros with 4 eliminations. This is a stronger start for them. We saw on Sanhok, they mid-stratted up to that 2nd place, so they got that placement points from that game. Now looking like they want the elimination points as well. Execute coming in on that northwestern side. And oh, here's that opening. The M24 by Leon. Does he? No way he gets that 2nd hit. Oh, he does the headshot on the running target. Leon. What a beautiful shot right there.
Wow. And then also pushes in and confirms the kill too. Oh, this man's bold. He's got nerves of steel. to pull something like that off in the PMPL NA. But yeah, here we go, Knights. They're one of those teams that is doing really good and consistent overall in the overall rankings. Execute spots him out, takes a lot of shots on the Coops, but the backup fire is there. So Jason now will need to back off to safety. Or at least top his HP off with a little bit of boosters, and that's what he exactly does. 52 players still alive, Zoo.
Good cover fire there by the team of the Knights. We saw them holding that split, and Coops, the rest of the Knights team realized they don't really need that compound with the way the circle might be shifting out. So Coops called for that backup, called for the cover fire, and Coops does make it out. Also, very good awareness by Coops to make that little right-hand turn to go behind that ridge. Any longer, he might have got sprayed out of the motorcycle. Next circle goes on up. We will go towards the southeast. There's a lot of ridges here. And of course, there's that big, giant cube compound where Nova's sitting at. But unfortunately for Nova, it's only Ren left up there.
As you well said, Ren is the only man left for Nova. And it's going to be hard for this man to at least secure those points. He will need to just rat it out completely. Hitlist in the front, and wow, what a nade from Russ. He finds that opening. The kill also being confirmed instantly. Russ, oh, that has to be one of the most precise nades I've seen so far in the PMPL NA here. And the Hitlist too. Cyanide taken down quite low. Another nade locked in from his side, and yep, that's gonna connect to Russ. Someone stop this man. This man is just way too precise with the utilities that he's using.
Dang, Four Bros looking confident. They just want to fight here earlier, so they know how to take that exact same engagement against a different team. And they're up to 8 eliminations. I don't think we really touched on just how important eliminations are in this game. The points stack up, and a lot of times with the zone being so crazy on those shifts, you don't get the positions you need to. You need to get the eliminations instead. And WallStreetBets, they're putting up some eliminations for themselves as they are up to 3, and they managed to keep all 4 up for now.
Look at Four Bros, yeah, they're getting a lot of eliminations, but they still need to make their mark inside the zone. And I feel like when they try to do that, that's when problems are going to start knocking their doors. Four Bros, they're looking really good with the eliminations, but as soon as they're going to start to move in, that's when things are going to get a little too difficult. But I'm going to hold on to my words for now because it's HQA breaching in the compound of Team Chosen, and Team Chosen are not going to let that happen because they're quite jealous. But instead, it's HQA who are going to make it happen, and no matter what, there's just brute forcing in. And HQA, a clean sweep, and they also get the compound control.
TC fumbling the ball there. I don't think they got any knocks. The aim definitely not there. WallStreetBets continuing to look strong. That's another knock for them. Pulling up in full force, 4 players up, but Vamp right there next to them. About to go for that third party as HQA defending another push by Execute. They take out the Execute team. Execute goes out in 13th. HQA up to 6 eliminations. Sub pick getting revived right there. They'll manage to keep 3 up, but now the fight between WallStreetBets and Vamp might just boil out.
But that's not just the end of the troubles yet for Wall Street. Vamp, as you said, another wave of enemies coming through. Four Bros as well, they find the opening on Knights, and with that opening, they're also going to be getting their mark inside the zone. That opening was crucial for Four Bros. But look at this, Vamp. Oh my god, Mayo too finds another one on his Stevo. What's going on? WallStreetBets, they're just being taken out. They're just being dismantled by the utilities. And then now it's just Nemesis from the top of the angle, who's trying to rain down death and destruction, who's trying to stop the aggression from Vamp. And he's doing a good job so far.
The Overwatch fire is good for 1, almost gets 2. The problem is, he's the last one up. All his team has been taken down by the utility. I think we've seen more grenade knocks in this game in particular than any other. I think it just took some time for these players to warm up their throwing arm, because now all over in the elimination feed are grenade knocks left and right, and Vamp down to just 1 now.
There we go. Nemesis, he's just able to rack up these kills, and that's what he's really happy to do so. Is he going to go for the res? Now it's pretty much next to impossible. So at this point, Nemesis has to play this high ground. And we saw Nemesis too last time as well. If you remember on the map of Erangel, he was on top of that tower. He was just racking up those kills. So he's pretty much like a person who likes to get in a really good or proactive positions to try and help his team out and just rain down bullets on the enemy territories. But it's Knight now going against 4Pros, as 4Pros did find an opening against Knight, but Knights now they're looking to reply back in style.
4Pros.
Oh.
They won 2 fights, but this might be the fight that takes them out. And of course, it's none other than the Knights that they have to deal with. And oh my gosh.
Wow.
Shots
the
blowing up 4Pros right out of the air. And the Knights, well, they finished that fight. Xenox is knocked. I don't know if he's going to be able to get revived. That blue zone is ticking a little bit too hard. And the Knights, they got to make that rotation. They have no real info to work with because they were stuck fighting. But maybe they'll make the way in through pure strength alone.
Look at that, HQA. Moving in from the age lines, and Knights realizing the exact same fact. And Knights, they just don't care. They're just going to straight up breach in inside the zone. They're not going to care about the surroundings. They found themselves a spot for now, but also a little separation with the Tensa, making sure they're not being caught out. Even if they do get caught, they're not being caught together. So the separation from Knights, I do like that. All 3 players separated, but unfortunately, Coops goes down. That's a big man. That's a big threat neutralized.
It was actually Ren, the solo player right now out of Nova, dead center of the zone, getting that knock. I think Ren's actually got some sort of shack as Tensa also getting knocked by Ren. Ren, the one-man army out of the Nova side, taking down 2 of the Knights right now. You can never count Nova out. And hey, this is Ren we're talking about, the MVP of last year. This is why he's remained on the team when so many of the other Nova players have been switched out.
Look at Vamp. Oh, just moving in. Here we go. Benny, they do exactly know, but they're just a little too oblivious of their exact positioning. And Midnight, he's holding this TPP angle. He's looking impossible to beat right now. And he's going to take both of them down. He's taking also a lot of damage from the Wall of Death. But it's okay. Barely makes it back to safety in the nick of time, so he's going to be able to patch himself back up. But look, yep, as you talk about the Overwatchers, it's HQA for now. Sunny Pig peppering down some bullets, trying to find some connections on BTOWN. But BTOWN, for now, they've got themselves a compound. But for how long they're going to be safe here? That's the question.
The Knights get eliminated, and following close behind is 19 Esports. We're down to 7 teams, soon to be 5, as multiple teams still not in the circle. Circle did shift and is slowly starting to close. We see BTOWN trying to run their way in. Of course, HQA with the high ground, doing the best they can to stop it. That one player makes it through, and the kill does get stolen by Subpick, I think. Nice confirmation for HQA. HQA up to 7 eliminations.
6 teams live. 16 players in total. And HTV is one of them. HTV, they've had a rough day today, and this is the last glimmer of hope. They want to end things on a good note, but are they going to be able to? That's what I want to know, because HTV overall, they did quite good, or at least decent in the LA qualifiers, but over here, the struggle is clearly being seen.
Currently in last place, HTV, coming into this match. Now we're able to finally see them with 4 up into the late game, so this is a desperately needed match for them. Can they do more than just the eliminations they have now, though, as they're being heavily pressured by Mezexis? If they get another knock there, could be it for them. And here's that crash by Execute on the main screen, and oh, rolling in 3D, King Pig showing who's king, getting 2 right off the beginning.
Yeah, they're tracking right there. Next to perfection. Mezexis now in the front too. HQA, they're looking really good. They're able to steamroll through any team that is being put up in front of them. HTV having all their players alive, so that's at least a good news. Having a rough day, and now maybe trying to bounce back on the final game. And also ending things on a good note might just give them enough amount of confidence to start the note on in a good way tomorrow. But HTV, there we go. They find the knock on the Mezexis. Now this leaves them with only 2 players alive. HQA 2 with only 2 players, but there we go. The third man gets back up.
Down to 4 teams. Nova still involved. You can never count Nova out, especially Rin. Not a high chance that they'll get the chicken, but they could get second place, if anything. HQA, they need to make their way in from the north. They got to push across open ground. It works out perfectly for them, though, because on the opposite end, Mezexis looks like they're going to be challenging HTV, which will give the opening for HQA to make their way in without too much concern or focus on them. But even then, HQA is third-partying that push from distance. HTV, one player goes down. The trade is there. It's a full-out fight. This is HQA's chance to third-party everything and potentially break into this next zone.
Oh, that's what they're exactly doing. They're able to rack up these kills. They're also doing a lot of chip damage. They're pretty much playing this ball sport. HTV, they're falling down. Oh no, they had the man advantage in this entire lobby, and now it's HQA flipping the tides against them and having a really good position for themselves, but they still need to make it inside the zone, but it's okay. They have the majority of the zone covered too. It's top 3 teams alive, and it's pretty much at this point a done case. HQA, if they play this to perfection, this should be their game.
Ren, unfortunately, did get caught in the crossfire, so he is out. Yeah, we're down to the 3 teams. HTV trying to get that full reset. They're back up to 3, trying to get their 4th. Problem is, HQA has pressed up so close up against them that the grenades are raining in now, and they're all stuck in this pocket, and they don't have much to work with. HQA coming in spades, taking fights to both sides of the map, taking fights to Mezexis and HTV. This might be a little bit too much for HQA, though. They got to be careful. It's a 4v3v1 situation.
Oh, Mezexis, we're the only one last man alive. There we go. That nade's going to be confirming the kill. Toss falls down on top of the blast, and there we go. Now, Boom 2 is going to be able to find another one. Final man alive for HQA. 3 players to handle, all by his lonesome. Kingpin, we did see a little bit of glimmer of his clutch prowess in the past. He can take down some players all by himself. He has the capability of that. There we go. He's trying to march in forward. He has no other choice. That's what he's trying to do, is peeking out. He wants at least a knockout, and there we go. Finds the knock. Now whips out the M4 too. He's able to find the second one as well. Kingpin, he's been looking to flip the tables. He finds the 3rd, but in HTV, with the man advantage, they're able to win that chicken dinner. Oh, that got real close.
Yeah, HTV. I mean, I love the fact that HTV, when it was a 3v1, they didn't push. They had the players heal up, and they got the revive on the last player. Because if they did not, you saw what Kingpin can do. He almost took down the entire team. He 1v3'd, but unfortunately for Kingpin, there was 1 player left. I hope it was Kingpin. I know the team's got like 3 pigs. I think it was Kingpin at the very end. Might have been Sup Pig, might have been... There was another pig on the team, but HQA, that was a good game for them. But the winners, it goes over to HTV, a much-needed win. They were in last place coming into this very last match, and it's a win, but it's also a momentum change going into the next day, Necro.
I mean, that win's going to be catapulting them all the way up in the overall rankings, and that's what they need, right? The goal is top 16, and I'm pretty sure right now, after the end of this final game of the day, they're probably in the top 16 mark. But still, tomorrow is the day of consistency. You want to make sure you're being as consistent as possible. If the consistency is not going to be there, then I don't know. Maybe you're not going to be able to book your slot in the 16th spot.
Well, that does it for us today, but we still got the desk to analyze that last match. So take it on over to the desk. And I think we're still on screen. Oh, I think we got the desk has to prepare some notes right now. They're still analyzing that potential 1v4, but I think we're good. Yeah, okay, take it off to the desk. I think they're done analyzing. We'll bring it over there.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
Oh, hey, we are just analyzing. Thank you for that one, Zute, and we're ready to go here. After 5 amazing games, what a night, day number 1. Let me go right to you, Seven. Any kind of highlight player of the evening or star of the day in your opinion?
Yeah, QZ. I mean, I mentioned it. I'm a fanboy already. Okay, so that's definitely my star play. But overall, the way Nova was able to perform today was great. I think for Lazarus as well, Glitter, if we're talking about day performances, that's another team that performed really, really well today.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that Lazarus wasn't even a team that we had put in our teams to watch. You know, I love that we're getting surprised by all of these players, because that means that the people that we thought were going to do well, I'm sure they will, but the fact that there's even more teams that are trying to meet them at that level makes me very excited for the rest of the season.
Yep.
Here's the daily winners, just in case you are now tuning in. Well, you got to go rewind and see what you missed here. And once again, Glitter Damas picking Nova as her team to watch tonight, getting 2 chicken dinners to start off day number 1 of PMPL Spring 2022, Glitter.
Listen, I love that Nova is up there with the highest damage at the 29.93, but I'm looking at this. Obviously, they have the 17 eliminations in the first place as well, but the fact that closely followed by that is the HQA win here, or the HQA numbers at the end here with 2,800 and 14 elims. I mean, we talked about HQA as one of those teams that has been doing well today, and another team that we hadn't talked about as one of the teams to watch. And if that's going to be the HQA we get this season, it's a night and day difference from last time around.
And Seven, you know who I didn't see on that graphic? The Knights, dude. The Knights, day 1. Where are they? What happened to the Knights today, man?
Dave, why you gotta do me like that, man? I was complimenting you so much when we're okay. I see you. No, but overall, I kind of expected this out of the Knights. And if you rewind, you were here as, hey, it's gonna be either an impressive first day, or it's gonna be them just falling into place and trying to figure out where they're gonna be. We don't see them here on the first page, but we gotta give some other shout outs. XSET, the defending champions as well, currently in contention and currently having a good performance, at least on day 1. We also have 4 bros here. What were you saying? Wow, at Glitter? Which one?
I was really impressed by the fact that HQA was up there in 3rd place after everything at the end of the day. I mean, they're just barely above XSET, but they're the only one in the top 4 without that chicken dinner, and that's because of those numbers that we just saw them put up in that last match. So they weren't able to close it up, but we saw that incredible last stand that Zute was even talking about there. They almost did win.
I'm just glad I picked Lazarus as my number 1 team. I'm just super happy. They started really strong, and they're probably going to continue to steamroll into the next days with that momentum. Here's the Knights, 9th place overall. But remember, 7, top 16 is the goal. So technically, the Knights had a decent day here.
Yeah, they did. Overall, I feel like they put themselves in a way that they don't have to show all their cards. I really don't expect any of this team to show all of those cards. We do see some teams that need to improve in a huge way. We see the Hitlist, we see some of the other ones too. And I have to give a shout out to HTV Esports. Before that last game, they were sitting dead last with only 3 points. They were able to make a huge jump up, and it's going to be a little bit of a confidence boost. You never want to be that last place team after day 1, regardless of who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Paraboy, okay? You don't want to be in last place, although Paraboy would never be in last place.
So, Glitter and Seven, both the question for you before we see the graphic. Who do you think got MVP today? Any guesses?
QZ.
QZ, good one.
It's got to be QZ, right? If it's not QZ, then it's kindness.
Or a player from Lazarus. He did perform really, really well. Huh.
Fears?
Maybe Fears?
Yes,
I don't
Fears.
Know. Pull it up. Do we got it? Do we got the MVP? We got to see. Pull it up. I think they might be bringing it here right between us. Oh, Fears. Okay. Solid here, Seven.
Indeed. I mean, the performance he had in just 1 match alone, and at one point when we saw the performances in comparison between him by himself and the whole team, I think he had somewhere along of half of the damage from the team. Overall, great to see a player of this caliber stepped it up. And you mentioned it too, Dave. We've seen Joey rebuild this team. I think it's what now, 3 times for them to be able to have a fragger of the likes of Fierce. Hopefully this is not just a one-day thing, right? We have seen it over and over again where sometimes it's just a one-day thing. I'm really hoping that's not the case, Glitter.
You know, you were talking about how he had so much fragging power. I just did quick math, and right now he had those 15 elims according to those stats that we saw. He had more than half of the team's elims today. They had 28 on the day, and he had 15 of them. So talk about those frags. Like, that's incredible for one player to do that much work. And these highlights are kind of speaking for themselves with just how good he did on the day, but I do agree, we don't want this to be a one-time thing. This has to be a repeat performance for Lazarus to continue to do well.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm just glad, once again, I'm going to put that out there in the world. I'm just glad I picked them to really pop Dave. Off here today. No problem. And I feel like another thing that we kind of learned here today is we're in a meta. UMP, grenades. That's all you need. That's all you need. If you know how to rock the UMP, you're getting the chicken. I mean, that's what I saw here almost every single late game. Any kind of final thoughts here from you, Glitter?
Hopefully my Glitter Damas effect can continue throughout the rest of the season. I am liking what I'm seeing out of a lot of these teams, and not just the heavy hitters anymore that we were looking at starting the day. I am liking what we're seeing out of a lot of teams, even all the way down there at the bottom. 19 Esports is one of those teams on the bubble, but they had double-digit elims. All they need to do is nail down those placement points. So the aggression overall in this lobby is looking really, really good, Seven.
It is, and with mine, the one thing I'm going to be looking at tomorrow, it's going to be a little birdie told me that that Shifan was going to be playing tomorrow, and I'm really intrigued.
He's going to be back.
I'm really intrigued to see how this team is going to perform with Shifan. I mean, we have been able to see him over and over again. It's going to be interesting. Okay, I'm just throwing that little spice out there.
A lot of spice and everything nice. Well, I appreciate the insights from Glitter Damas and the 7 Worlds Gaming. Mustache Dave gonna be clocking out. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow for some more PMPL NA 2022 action. Tune in.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!